How's it going, everyone? Welcome to Proving Grounds number 36. My name is Broken Pinky. I am joined by the wonderful Devi. How you doing today?
Oh, it's still morning for me, so we're up and got coffee and waiting for the caffeine to kick in for the set.
Yeah, we are up and at 'em with this one, especially those of us on the western half of the states. But yeah, we have another installment. Canada, yeah. We got another installment of Proving Grounds, another batch of high-level gameplay, and I am excited for this one. We already have a heater of a set to lead us into this tournament, and I'm just ready to just watch some good Splatoon.
Yeah, it's been a bit just taking a look at the rosters. Of course, we're going to be taking a look at Omori fans versus Disclaimer. And Omori fans will definitely have names that people will recognize. You got Daisha, Lost, Jisha, Bois, and Nick. Names there that you'll definitely recognize. I always will be like, oh my gosh, it's Lost, like, beware of the carpet! Just Lost, that is amazing carbon roller player. And then on the other side, you have October, Gallon, Dash, and then someone's a name of God's Drunken Striver, but I don't think that's gonna fit in the IGN.
I hope so. I hope they find a way to display their drunken nature.
And I don't know how this one's gonna be, but like Chia PD, yeah, I'm gonna struggle with that one. But yeah, from Disclaimer, and just kind of taking a look at getting kind of a summary of what they potentially play. I saw one of them's definitely got some gold charger weapon badges from October, so looking forward to seeing what they're gonna dish out here, because first zone is gonna be good old classic Splat zones on Mako Mart.
I mean, if you want to talk about a good old-fashioned classic, I think that's about as best as you can go.
Yeah. That or
Zones on Mako. Yeah, I mean, Zones on Mako is just like perennial. It's good for pretty much every weapon in the game. I mean, I guess it's a bit more good for your blasters or your buckets, but pretty much everything has a nice thing that it can do on Mako Mart, and it's just a good litmus test, especially to open up the tournament, just to see what all these teams and players are really comfortable with, because pretty much I think your neutral strategy should be working on a map like Zones Mako Mart. So it's just a really good way to just sort of peek into the teams and see what they each have to offer, and I guess gauge what there is to expect throughout the remainder of the tournament. So yeah, our full map list, we have two very beloved standard maps, and also Rainmaker Wahoo World is here, I guess, to join the party.
It's all zones, so the modes don't count on the screen.
Sweet.
I'm like, wait a second, something's a little off here. Just like, we're just gonna have a little morning trolls with technology, because that's how technology likes to appreciate us. But yeah, it is all zones, but I don't know if those maps were actually, right or not, but the first map is Mako Mart, though. I can even see it. That is the map, but it's Splat Zones, and it will always be Splat Zone.
As it should be. Splat Zone supremacy.
No, but okay.
Oh man.
I like having a little bit of variation. But that's just me. I know other people will definitely disagree, but I'm just kind of one of those oddballs roaming around the community that is very open to a lot of things.
Yeah, one of those weirdos that doesn't want to see the same game being played the same way for 7 years. Who would think like that?
I mean, that's honestly, it's what makes it a little bit boring, but I know that it's also, to some people, they like to, it's kind of like how Big Run works, right? You get the same thing and then you work what works better and better and better. But we're going into this set now, and of course the unique thing I'm already going to point out is the GooTuber. Look at this GooTuber here. You gotta love to see it, but I'm not gonna lie, GooTubers can cook.
Oh no, we are not being YouTuber apologists in this voice call. I believe
you don't know me. You do not know me. I have appreciation for a little bit of everything, even if I hate the weapon. So, anyway, we're moving on here, and Omori fans already control. We can see the zap is going up onto the stack here, and or do I have it backwards here? I might have it backwards.
I believe Omori fans in the pink.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. going in towards, and I'm still trying to get it confused here, but Vac is trying to go up, but Kraken's gonna go try and take note of the Vac here, but it's getting, now's up. There we go, 3 down, there we go, reverse on the zone, finally.
Yeah, Omori fans finally going to be chilling in the zone, and their comp is very interesting, to say the least. I do love to see Mint Decapitator side, and also Tetra Dually, so a bit of an interesting comp, but I think they're just kind of, you know, warming up for the game, but I mean, Roller just going to drop down on them, Hammer trying to, you know, make a miracle happen in enemy territory, but Roller's going to be reclaimed by Disclaimer there, who's going to roll back out into the mid. Now, Omori fans starting from scratch, and they're already getting picked. These tri-strikes from the D-Tech is going to be so nice. And I think Disclaimer is just going to have a pretty strong hold here. Omori fans kind of have to buckle up here because, you know, Disclaimer's here to play.
They truly are. Just like they were up and ready. They have the control here. They currently do have the lead, but it's still really early in the game. Like, we still got the 3 minutes. Blaster here on top. They just didn't quite get out of the explosion there in time, but they were able to trade in the process. We see the T-Tech is kind of the last alive here. One's trying to pick up the T-Tech, is able to get 2, but the Fizzy Bomb rains from above and gets that pick in the end. Oh, hello, that's a charger shot, and just taking out from the stack, getting a jump in, and we see them, the Decab going around trying to pick up the Charger trying to run away, but of course can't quite hit the tap shots. Decab able to pick up the Charger, and we're just kind of going back, but we're definitely seeing the fights around these stacks towards the zone, but of course it's just neutral right now, and now Omori fans is able to regain control of it, and we see a 2v1 fight on that right-hand side there, Roller going down, Strikes going in, Bubble out as well, and it's just flipping back and forth here, and now we're in the middle game process here. We do have 2 down on the side of Disclaimer, but you never know what's going to happen here. We see the Rollers just trying to cause a little fuss here on the side while the Kraken's going out. The Decap does see it, just trying to push it out. They are hiding, and now they have team support here. The Bomb just managing to get there. I think, oh yeah, the Bomb able to just barely get that, but we're getting the fights here in the mid game, and Omori fans able to keep, or backwards, sorry, the colors are confusing me. But anyway, there's been a 2 down stagger here and there.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Omori fans is holding on to the zone. They have the lead in their hands. Strikes are coming in, try and neutralize that zone, get it back in favor of Disclaimer. But Omori fans still going to hold on to it. Nick in this Decapitator bubble is being so strong, but finally going to be taken down. 4 versus 2 in favor of Disclaimer. Probably going to flip the zone, especially with that deep back shot. But nice shot from Ren with the GooTuber, but the Vac is going to find 2 picks on its own. Flip that zone back into the favor of Disclaimer. They have some work to do to get the lead back, but Omori fans 3 down, Tetra is the last alive. They could force a stagger here, and if they can just perpetuate that for a little bit longer, the lead can be theirs. I mean, they're already through that penalty of theirs, about 30 points to go thereafter. It's definitely within the realm of possibility. It's just, you have to stay sharp, you know, mark where everyone is going to be, especially mark that Tetra and that Decapitator. They can get absolutely behind enemy lines, but right now, I mean, Disclaimer's just being very strong around the zone. They have to find some pick, so here comes the Slider, finds the pick onto the Roller, neutralizes the zone, but Slider gets taken down. It's just going to be the GooTuber to make a miracle happen, but I don't think it's going to be happening fast enough, as a knockout is imminent here from Disclaimer in game 1.
The classic Reef Slider, I'm going to come in and change it all. That game, like, that last minute there, it was like last minute here, chaos did in fact happen, and it was just kind of back and forth. We were right there, the Reef Slider comes to try to get it, causes chaos, but in the end it was
a little bit longer.
Disclaimer that was able to still hold it in the end. The Reef Slider did flip it for a little bit, but everybody else was still there, and of course the GooTuber was the only one left alive, so just couldn't quite get it. But that was a lot of just back and forth action. Of course, like, this is how Mako Mart is. It's back and forth until the very end. It's to a point, I just call it, this is, it's just, you know, your classic turf war game that happens in like the last minute, last 30 seconds even,
but I don't think it's going to be happening fast enough as a
going to really matter here at this point when it's this even.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have that clutch gene at the end of there. You know, you can't just have a strong early game and just kind of expect that that's going to be enough to carry you through the end. Especially, you know, at a tournament like Proving Grounds where you have a lot of, you know, the high level talent that the scene has to offer. You know, you really can't let up on the gas until the game says game. Just because high level players are really good at just taking an inch and just getting a mile out of it. So any little mistake you allow them while you're just being in control of the zone, they can absolutely flip that on your head. So huge props to Disclaimer for being, you know, just extremely vigilant throughout the entire game, and getting a nice little comeback there at the end with the knockouts.
Yeah, the biggest, I guess, setback to people who are trying to break their way, like out of low level and even in mid level and going up, is their biggest enemy is hesitation. And I speak from experience, because during a game, as soon as you hesitate, your moment is immediately lost. Like, the ones who have defeated this enemy will just shove you back, and you have no idea what to do, and you have to just find that way to reset. So once you get past that and defeat that, you'll just see there's just a snap effect. Just as soon as one thing's done, the next thing's already happening.
All right, now we're going on to game 2. GooTuber sadly going to be put to rest. We are going to be seeing the Dreadringer coming out on the side of Disclaimer, and we're going to be going over to Undertow Spillway on Splat Zones. Not something, you know, I would expect to see this early in the tournament, but it's definitely a guilty pleasure of mine. I know many people don't share that sentiment, but let's just get right into it. Both teams already taking control of their own zone, but the Dreadringer, definitely one to watch. Going to be finding a ton of assists with that 52 gal and going to be painting the zone so incredibly well.
The really nice thing here is that the Splat Roller is still staying out here too. I've seen a lot of bubble comps lately making their appearance, and bubble on really most modes can be effective, and we're seeing that still here. So when you get the bubble set up, it'll be great, but also you have to put it in a good spot here on this map, because those upper glass parts can actually shrink it. So it can be a good and maybe a set down there, but the roller covering the ledges as well, just with the blaster, definitely something to look out for with the ranged weapons like the pencil and the edit, just trying to maintain the middle there. Just keep an eye on the ledges below.
Yeah, I mean, nice flanker from Cosmic on that 52 gal to find the on the pencil. It can allow Disclaimer to get back into the middle of the map. They don't have a stronghold on zone quite yet, but I mean, you kind of take what you can get. 52 battle is going to go in the favor of Omori fans. Nick right there. Omori fans going to get back into the swing of things on that zone, especially aided by that crab tank here. But now, that crab tank is expired. There's a refighter at the ready as well as a bubbler. So Disclaimer certainly has the resources to get the zone back in their favor. It's just about stringing it all together. But I mean, right now, Disclaimer's going to do exactly that, starting to move up in the map, and now 2 alive on Omori fans. It's a dangerous situation. They have to get the pick on the Dreadringer, or they're going to trade it out, though. Full wipe scenario essentially for Omori fans, and Disclaimer's going to be getting the lead.
Just dodging the Kraken there, like not making themselves known. Roller just holding there, but yeah, lead has been reclaimed. The Roller here just was trying to get something done, but of course, Paint was coming in too fast. Did have to back up. Is coolered now, can go back in. Edit's going to jump on over these whales. It looks like a pick did happen on the other side. Nick got 2 on the right-hand side there and is coming in for the edit, but now we're swapping over to the pencil here as they're just maintaining the zone control and looking to push forward here with the team. Of course, putting the sprinkler up high, putting the little rain of doom if people are trying to push up. And people will forget about it and be like, here's the chip damage. Wait, how did I get so low? Hey, there's a sprinkler up there.
Cool sprinkler of Doom action up there. You know, we're still celebrating Splatfest even while playing Proving Ground. Regardless, Disclaimer trying to get back into mid, but Omori fans staying alive, staying stalwart here. Reset is going to get the pick onto the range blaster, but looks like Omori fans are going to be holding on with their lives just a little bit longer. Crab tank going to be popped out as well, trying to swing things, you know, back into their favor. As Disclaimer, you know, pushing quite aggressively. 52 bounce going to find the jump out though. That should be enough to get the zone back in favor of Omori fans. Another pick on the roller, and yeah, 3 down is just going to be the edit, and Nick already forcing them to jump out. So essentially, Disclaimer is going to be starting from scratch here, and they don't even have to leave anymore. So Omori fans in a very strong position, especially almost being done with that penalty. And a few more picks can definitely cycle the game even more in their favor.
This is definitely what Omori fans wanted. They've got the blaster locking out one side, pencils in the middle. It looks like Nick did go down as the roller and the edit were working together, but the Kraken's going to go in. They really want to find this pick on the edit or put them aside, but are just going to where kind of the danger is, just trying to zone people out here. But blaster ended up being in a rough spot, had to jump out. Roller comes onto the zone, pops bubble. So Disclaimer here managing to get back out successfully and pushing them back, but Omori fans has a response to this, as Crab was ready, and it looks like Nick does go down, or not Nick, but yeah, the 52 does go down on the backside there, and zones are now back and forth on the side. Pick going down on that Dreadringer. Roller going to try to cover the other side for now. cooler is out, and it looks like 52 is really close to Whale again. They are going to yep, they are going to probably try and push with this one, but the blaster got picked in the process, but the Whale gets 2 in return.
Whale double is not something you see every day, but I mean, omori fans' neck is going to be doing exactly that. It's such a hard position for Disclaimer, especially on a split zones map. It's really hard to get an extended push, which is what they need for the lead, but they're just not able to find that opportunity because zones are so easy to contest. So they really have to get a stronghold beyond the zones and maintain it for a long time. With 30 seconds to go, that is the game plan they have to play to, and it's going to be hard when there's only one player left alive. That Heavy Edit forced to jump out, and now Disclaimer only has 20 seconds to get the zones back in their control and get this decisive hold established before that overtime starts. And Omori fans is just going to be sitting in front of the zone and waiting for him to walk right into them. But the Roller finds to take on the Range Blaster, though. 4 versus 2 situation in favor of Disclaimer. They're going to get the cap on the zone, forcing the pencil onto the snipe with the Flash player. Roller trying to grab the drops. There's one, trying to find the pencil, but it's going to be stuck on the wall, and the pencil gets the tap drops, and that's going to be enough for the wipeout and enough for game 2 to go to Omori fans.
Oh, that push back out from Disclaimer was actually looking really strong because Optosmic on the backside on the left glass area was in a 1v1 with the 52, Dread v 52, and the Dread came out on top, allowing Disclaimer to come back in, and they were able to push it back, and the Roller, oh my gosh, I felt that Roller hitbox moment where the horizontal flick didn't do enough to get the pencil, and it would have been, you know, it's just like, man, I probably could have vertical, would have got it, but the horizontal flick just didn't quite do enough, and they were just kind of debating pencil crab, and it was just, oh my gosh, but got the one, just didn't quite get the full,
but it's going to be stuck on the wall, and the pencil gets the tap
like,
drop,
oh no, I didn't get it, and it was very important, but still at the backside, the rest of the team did go down, so even if that pick did happen, it still would have been difficult to even keep that because the rest of Disclaimer went down.
Yeah, that's for certain. I mean, as soon as Disclaimer went 2 down there while the Roller was trying to get the pick on the pencil or the crab tank, it was just a really rough position to be in, and I mean, the Roller and subsequently the edit going down just kind of sealed the deal. So, Debbie, we're already in a game 3 scenario here. It's just the first set on the Proving Ground stream between seeds 16 and 17. This set was designed to be pretty even, and it looks like it's going to be manufactured in such a way that that is going to be the case. So already both these teams pushing each other to the brink, and I'm excited to see how the set is going to conclude.
You gotta love to see it, and also with some of the first sets, like, you know, it's the first set, some people, like, you know, they're just getting into it. So as you get through the first set, you'll see people starting to warm up more, and then their true power is going to show. And they'll be like, I wish I had this at the start. So this is why people, you know, when they can warm up ahead of time, it's great. But now we're seeing this true power come to life, and now we have the Nautilus coming out on the yellow side here for Splat Zone's Mahi.
Yeah, Zone's Mahi, Nautilus is coming out. It's actually not going to work in the favor of Disclaimer at all. Omori fans getting an early wipeout, only losing one of their members in the process. Already all coolered up, pushing up super far, putting pressure on the pencil as well. This is about as good of a start as you can ask for if you're on the Omori fan side. And already this water is threatening to drop in just about the first 40 or so seconds. More picks is only going to extend this pressure that Omori fans is putting onto Disclaimer right now. RB trying to find the pick on the T-Tank, not able to do so quite yet. Doom is going to be hopping onto the plat, trying to cause as much chaos as possible, but the T-Tech putting a stop to it, finding 2 nice picks. Could be enough to let Disclaimer back into mid. Third pick is going to be happening, but man, Omori fans cause so much damage, already down into the 20s.
Already down to the 20s, but it is still early because if Disclaimer can still come back in and possibly hold, like the Roller's doing a good job holding the corner, but there is still one on the side and just trades back and forth. We do have the penalty down, and like I said, it is still early. It is still a pretty decent lead, but Omori fans just has to make sure that they can actually break back out properly and continue to get caps. But from what they're doing right now, they're being a little bit more patient here and able to pick off people first, and then they're going to go. But right off the start of the game, they were just like, we're going to run, and we're not going to stop. And that's what happened.
We are running and gunning to start off this game 3, and I mean, it's already working in Omori fans' favor. They're almost done with that penalty, and they only have 30 ticks to go to get this knockout here in game 3 and just seal up the set then and there. So, strikes are coming out here from Disclaimer, still trying to get the fighting life. They're going to get the cap on the zone by themselves this time, but here comes the Kraken, finds one pick onto the Rollers, hunting for the T-Tick on the snipe area, is going to force the displacement and get Omori fans to the zone back in their favor. And now another brawl in mid is going to, start out 3v3 as the current score. ECSP with that roller, rolling in forward, trying to get some more picks. Picks are just happening on either side, but it's going in the favor of Omori fans here in Disclaimer. Yet again, having to start from scratch, they don't have a lot of time to do it.
I give shoutouts to this roller here. This roller, even with like the little bit of ink present from what we saw on that last play, they still managed to go around and they got 2 picks. Just going in like the littlest bit of ink that they had possible and able to go through with it. That was crazy, and it's still like, it's really helping out Disclaimer go forward. And even so, this T-Tech, we just saw them just collapse on the other side, able to help get another 2. And they're able to hold zone here, and they do have strikes at the ready, so we'll see how long they can hold this one. And it looks like, I think Cooler was just present from the pencil, so we'll see what happens here, because it looks like Omori fans does have a push ready of their own, but they're able to pick the 52 before drop. Kraken wants to find a pick here, but are they going to be able to find it? No, they're not. We see that the bomb is just going around. That curling bomb just blocking off some of the paint. It just kind of denied the blaster, and the roller comes in and just bops him out of play.
This is a scary situation here for Omori fans. Disclaimer has a good amount of control on the zone. A few more picks, and this could be Raps, but the 52 finds the pick before the bubble goes up. That's a massive pick there for Nick, and that's going to keep Omori fans in this game. Whales coming out as well to try and damage all players around the map. A minute and a half to go on this main game timer here, and Omori fans trying to stop, any sort of shenanigans from happening. They had a scare then and there, but they want to prevent anything like that from happening again. So here we go. About 20 ticks left on this zone timer. Disclaimer has to move now if they want to stay in this set, and they don't have a lot of time to do it. Pencil is down already. Roller gets the pick on the range blaster go, but the roller goes down. The Nautilus goes down. It's just the T-Tech, and that cannot be enough. Omori fans takes the set 2-1.
Oh, that was literally going down to the wire. Disclaimer had some really good comebacks in, especially with the roller just being able to sneak around and get 2. We saw the T-Tech able to follow up on another and get another 2, but it just wasn't enough to hold. And right at the end there, the bomb, just the blaster guarding that ledge, the bomb picked one, the others were able to drop down, but of course it was not quite enough. The T-Tech just trying to go all out at the end there. Did have strikes pop right at the end, but the rest of the Omori fans was there, probably going to be able to paint it over anyways. But man, they tried. They really did. You can see it just go back out there. But the unfortunate
Pencil is down already. Roller gets the pick on the range blast go, but the roller goes down, the Nautilus goes down. It's just the T-Tech end this game. Whales coming out as well to try and damage
if there's any more time left on the board.
A minute and a half to go on
again,
this main game
what a
timer
clincher
here.
for that game 3 for the end.
Stop,
like it was coming down there, where Disclaimer was close to getting it back, but even with the rush down, they wouldn't have had it secured enough to be able to keep
about
it.
20 ticks left on this zone timer. Disclaimer has to
that was
now
down to the wire.
The T-Tech on the side of Pencil is down already. Roller gets the pick on the range blast go, but the roller goes down, the Nautilus goes down. It's just
the roller player also put on a ton of pressure. But, you got to give it to Omori fans. They played so incredibly strong. Once they got that GooTuber out of their system, they locked in exactly as they needed to, and they got that set going in Disclaimer's favor. I believe that was Omori fans that won the 3.
I think that's the other way around.
Yeah. But regardless, the winner of the set has earned a dance with Snooze, who I believe is the #1 seed, and Harshy's pickup group of team. So... yeah, with that being said, that's the end of round 1 here at Proving Grounds number 36. We're going to throw it to a quick little break, and we'll be back here with round 2.
Okay, welcome back everybody to Proving Grounds number 36. I'm Devi, joined by Pinky, and we are back to bring you round 2. Coming up at you with hashtag StreamCherish versus Hard to Get +1. Can relate.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Yeah, we have StreamCherish, Hard to Get +1. Seed number 3 versus seed number 14. I know seeds aren't the end-all be-all, but, you know, Grape, Dylan Caro, Kara, and Luna are all very, very strong players. Hard to Get +1, you know, strong players in their own right. Ezio is the name I definitely recognize, as is Saku and Violet. But yeah, I'm excited to get this going, and I believe we have another set starting with zones on Mako Mart. My eyes do not deceive me.
On the actual page, it shows me Mahi, but it could be different still from the other one. But we will see. It may be. Also, my brain just went boom because I forgot. Like, you know, you have +1 and then you +1 for sub. I think I accidentally reversed them. So whoops. So it cannot relate. But anywho, we're moving into here. It is Mahi. Okay, I was correct.
We're going back to the beach.
We're back at the resort, and we're going to see some standard comps here. We do see a Carbon here, and yes, of course, very familiar, well-known names here. We've got the Bubble, of course, present from the decav on let's get +1, and a good old the V Splash is actually making an appearance here on StreamCherish, which you don't see very often these days, but you still love to see it come out.
Yeah, I feel like V-Splash is making something of a resurgence, sort of a sense, you know, as crafting is a little more valued as an option. You know, even in spite of Strife being very dominant, crafting is still a great special in this game. So StreamCherish is going to be using it to their best here in this game. We're already getting water to drop just about the first 45 seconds, and that's to really expand the terrain that both teams are playing on. But right now, Hard to Get +1 in a bit of a stagger here that has not really stopped at the beginning of the game. This Carbon Roller trying to find a miracle here in this zone, surrounded by 3 people, but it's going to get taken down. And I mean, just like that, 30 points left to go, and Hard to Get +1 has to get to the zone now, and they're staring at a crowd tank in their face. So this is a bit of an uphill battle for them, but they have to make it happen if they want to get this game.
They really just want to hold it out here. We're already down to the last 10 ticks. We finally got a neutral in the zone, but the pencil is alive, still painting it over with pencil v pencil paint. But there we go. We finally got the rest of Hard to Get +1 over onto the zone, able to cap it. Penalty put down. Looks like Pencil able to get a pick on the side. We are having other fights on that bottom left corner there of the screen, and now we see Control finally in Hard to Get +1's favor, and they're just trying to find the other members, trying to hold them back here. And Zuka not able to find a pick. It looks like they were hunting for it, but there is there's Zuka and Crab Tank on the side. Never mind, Crab Tank has been denied, but we do have Whales and Tri-Strikes ready to go on the side of hashtag StreamCherish. And again, the zone numbers just ticking down rapidly for both sides here, and we're only like a couple minutes into this game.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes in, and there have been a lot of points scored, and points are continuing to be scored by Hard to Get +1. StreamCherish trying their best to get control of the zone, but finally 2 down on Hard to Get +1. Surely that is going to be a cap for StreamCherish here. They can just get rid of one of the couch hitter or the B shot. There we go. Finally, the flip is going to happen. Zuka's going to be coming up by the shot, trying to find a pick, but it's not going to happen quite yet. Now it's full 4 versus 4 all-out brawl. But StreamCherish is so much more control. Hard to Get +1 is effectively forced out of mid, but I mean, where there's a Carbon Roller, there is still a way to absolutely get started with it. Uses Carbon Roller, trying to go on an absolute journey, finds the Zuka headshot onto that Crab Tank. Going to try and find another pick into zone, and just like that, Hard to Get +1 already back in control.
You can see the journey was dangerous, but they definitely made it happen. Don't give up on your dreams, people. Anyway, we got the zone capped on the side of StreamCherish. Fences in the middle, of course, going to guard. We see the Sprinkler on top, and now Hard to Get +1. We can see them on the edge there. Cooler is out, but look at Dylan on this top right here, just holding them back with the Whales, just on this top corner, and it's very such a strong spot there. But the Zuka just narrowly escaping, is forced to jump out, does jump back to the Slosher there in the corner, putting out strikes. Cooler is up. They want to get the pick on this decav. You can see it, just unable to get it, and it looks like the Carbon goes down on the other side instead, and Stream Cherish is going to be able to hold this zone as the members of Hard to Get +1 did try to drop out and claim it back, but it is still going back and forth from neutral here. We have the team brawl, and it looks like members are going down one at a time, but even though it's here and there, like the zone was still being held neutral for a while, and just this brawl is, even though you can see that members are going down from both sides, it's still just evened out, and finally now the zone is in control of Hard to Get +1.
Yeah, Hard to Get +1 definitely, you know, they had to stay alive for a long time in a lot of different corners of that map, but they finally got stuff going in their favor, and 2 go down on the side of StreamCherish. That Gal's gonna be out pretty fast, as is that splash via that cooler respawn. There's some of the strikes as well, and some bombs to comfort as long as StreamCherish when it gets zone back in the favor pretty quickly, but Hard to Get +1 still, I mean, they're not gonna be denied right now. They want this cap. This Carbon is hunting for the pencil, finds the pick with just the barely little tip of that vertical flick, and now chilling under the ledge. 30 seconds of regular time to go. Hard to Get +1 cannot keep this dance going for much longer. They have to have a decisive hold all the way to the 9-point mark here. Zuga's going to be taught this, has to find some sort of pick. They want to get this game going under wraps. 2 is going to go down on the side of StreamCherish. More picks need to happen here. Bucket goes down. This Splash is just trying to stay alive for as much as possible, but it's going to go down. Lead flip in favor of Hard to Get +1, and that just might be the game with a few seconds to go. This is knockout point for Hard to Get +1.
Oh, the tipper was landed and off the edge they go. What a Carbon play there on the side, and just able to help gain control. Like that whole brawl in the middle, then going around, Hard to Get +1, able to win that in the end, and just able to hold it, and it came down just right towards the end. They were just able to collapse on the other members of Stream Cherish, and they just couldn't get much done. You could see Dylan was trying to survive around that wall, and did survive, but of course, one person isn't going to be able to paint the zone over everybody else who is up, but what a brawl, especially that middle fight. Like, there was always one down on the side, there was eventually one point where, I believe,
this is knockout, killing under the
I can't remember which side it was, but one team had got another to 2 down, but yet it was still neutral, and then was able to come back in really quickly, and just kept it held neutral for a while until finally Hard to Get +1 was able to get it, and from then on there they just held it, even though it was contested, and just kept on rolling with it, and ended up winning the rest of the fights from then on there.
Yeah, I mean, extremely strong game for them. Just to open up the set, very back and forth. I mean, we mentioned just how many points were scored. Stream Cherish initially, you know, got the zone, you know, scored at 10 points in like the first minute or so, and they did not score a single point after that because Hard to Get +1 made it incredibly difficult for them to get any more work done on the zone consistently. And I mean, that is just what you have to play to get, you know, these game wins. You have to make it as hard as possible for the enemy to succeed in accomplishing their win condition. And I mean, Hard to Get +1 did exactly that. So we're off to a great start in this game. We're going to be going to game number 2, which, you know, my eyes tell me is Undertow, but I think sources are telling me it's going to be it's going to be Mako Mart on
Yes,
zone, so.
we're continuing on the M stages for Splat Zones this set.
There's so many M stages in this game. Like, it's kind of silly.
It is.
Waiting for the...
It is.
I'm waiting for the Triple M takeover of Mako Mahi Museum. But regardless, back into the swing of things. Game 2 is on the horizons. Neo Splash is going to be switched out on the side of StreamCherish. Hard to Get +1. Pulling out that Splatana Stamper from Violet. So interesting competitions on both sides. Definitely favored on this map though. And let's just get right into it.
I was doing a little bit of snooping beforehand and saw that Violet did have this sword at the ready, and here we're going to pull it out here. I think what the sword's going to do, like having the strength on it, of course the Zipcaster is going to be really strong and is going to actually be a threat to the pencil, but of course I'm sure, as most pencils know, they want to be ready for it, and they're probably going to be a target from specials like that, so either we want to make sure that the Zipcaster can't succeed at targeting them, or just, you know, being aware of it, but either way, that Zipcaster is going to help displace threats like the pencils, which are going to be, you know, of course, huge zone coverages and paint the porters and all that, but here is a potential answer to it. And just still hanging on to that Zipcaster, but it looks like now it's finally been released, so we'll see what can be brought out with the Zipcaster, as hard to get +1 is unleashing their attack, but Zone is still in control. And it looks like finally now we're going to neutralize it, as we did able to get one person down here, but it looks like it's getting traded, but it wasn't in control for long, as it is still in StreamCherish's favor, and they do know that this Carbon is hiding on the backside here, and they just want to make sure that nothing gets done with it. It looks like a trade ended up happening. That was actually a pretty big trade, but yet even so, just not enough paint is going down in the zone to be able to neutralize it for hard to get +1.
Yeah, StreamCherish has been holding on this entire time, already at 5 points, and they're just mashing paint onto the zone, and that is going to be enough for the knockout in response. They said, we didn't finish the job in Game 1. They are here to finish the job in Game 2. StreamCherish, 100-0 push to get the score evened 1-1, and Debbie, we are back in another Game 3 scenario.
Again, you gotta love to see it, especially in control for long, as it is still in StreamCherish's favor, and they do know that this Carbon is hiding on the backside here, and they just want to make sure that cycle through, and it looks like a trade ended up happening. That was actually a pretty big trade, but yet even so, just not enough paint is going down the zone to be able to neutralize it.
Like, this is probably why they picked it, to help reduce one of the threats to possibly help them push in, but this also decreased their paint,
but it wasn't in control for long, as it is still in StreamCherish's favor, and they do know that this Carbon is hiding on the backside here, and they just want to make sure that nothing gets done with it. It looks like a trade ended up happening. That was actually a pretty big trade, but yet
a bit of a risk
even
taker,
so,
and I mean, I can see the idea of what they were trying to do, but in this case, it just did not work out for them for this zone stage.
Yeah, StreamCherish has been holding on this entire time, already at 5 points, and they're just mashing paint onto the zone.
But it wasn't,
started to get more into swords. It's been interesting to watch the Commentator really rise up over Splatana Stamper as the premier Splatana option, but that added paint, that added mobility, and just the I think it's mainly the paint and also the bubble, just a bit more consistent options compared to the more explosive Stamper. And even though Stamper certainly has higher highs, I think the Commentator really coming into its own as a force in this meta. So yeah,
it really is.
That's gonna be us going right into Game 3.
We're just cruising
on a Barney Cool and Dime. Yeah, same stuff on the side of StreamCherish. I believe, yeah, same on both sides as we go into this Game 3. Both teams know what they want. They want that win. They're gonna do it with what they know best.
They did, although we did drop the Carbon roller this time around, and we have the Shot and 52 taking over while we're keeping the Stamper for the side of hard to get +1. So they still want to keep that range, but they took out the short range, knowing that short range can struggle on this map a little bit, just with how open the side is, but is very dominant on the sides. But they just want to make sure that, of course, they have all that coverage that they need. And now we can see that the Stamper here just coming in for that pinch on that flank corner there, trying to get another pick on Grape, but Grape able to be quicker on that targeting, able to pick off the Stamper. And StreamCherish already has the control back, with only the pencil left alive on hard to get +1. And this is some dominant paint control here right now, as they're making sure that hard to get +1 cannot come back into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, StreamCherish has been proving time and again throughout the set. They are very good at extended zone holds, but I think this time hard to get +1 is going to be disrupting that a little bit. Only the 62 points, and I mean, that is a pretty good push, but a bit less than we're used to seeing it over the course of the set from StreamCherish. So very good on hard to get +1 to sort of stem that bleeding. Now we're back in the zone, back in the swing of things, trying to get some more picks. They got the 52 gal, but the Bucket is doing a great job of sort of anchoring, but the pencil's going to go down. Here comes the 52. It's going to find another pick before getting traded out. Sword also going to get traded, though, but the strikes on both the Splash and the Bucket probably going to be enough to cap the zone, but not enough for the lead switch. So even though it's a small lead, it is still in the favor of hard to get +1.
Something that also I noticed, the StreamCherish kind of backed up and were waiting for hard to get +1 to push back in. It's like they were waiting to get into the majority of their advantage of where they could take better fights. So they let hard to get +1 move up a bit, and then just collapsed. And I mean, of course the zone was taken back by hard to get +1, but StreamCherish fought it back, claimed it back, but now it's kind of reversal. So their plan of regrouping and all that has pushed them back a little bit, but you can see that the moment of patience and just waiting for the right time to strike is happening here. with the side of STREAMCHERISH, and you can see that now that they had their options, they are using the resources here. They pushed on right back. They did have zone there for a little bit, but the Stamper here, with that Zipcaster, of course, pressuring that pencil, wasn't able to get the pencil, but the 52 there was able to go in and help get a pick on that Stamper, just to get one down there. But either way, hard to get +1 in control here once again, and STREAMCHERISH is now just kind of a little bit terrible back here, but here's some more resources, and they really want to try to find this pick here so that they can get back in control like they did at the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, STREAMCHERISH is definitely kind of using strikes as like an instant cap zone button. And I mean, their credit's pretty good at that, evidently, but right now, hard to get +1. Get delayed white, starting to get staggered a little bit. Nice pick on the 52 to prevent Dylan from going on the flank. Double for the 52 to sort of really stop the aggression of STREAMCHERISH once. But still, lead is going to be flipping in favor of STREAMCHERISH. The 52 going all the way on the flank, trying to find the pencil, but gets shut down by Dylan. But that's the opening that Hardy +1 needed to get back into control of the zone. Strike's going to be coming out. They're trying to push these hands back into STREAMCHERISH's favor. They're going to be doing exactly that. +1 has a minute 30 left in this game to get lead back in their favor. But it's just been a back and forth grinder of a game so far. I mean, not much has been happening in terms of the score, but everything's been happening in terms of picks, in terms of flanks. It's just so hard for either team to get good momentum to stay here. But I mean, minute 15 left to go. Let's see the games they're gonna play.
It's true, and with both comps still having similar like advantages and disadvantages on both sides, even though it's relatively similar but also different at the same time. You can see what they're trying to go for and making sure that the weapons can even play to be able to hold these whales here. Really trying to get a pick here. I think it did help on the one. Whales just going back and forth and just this entire game. Here comes the last minute. This is where it's going to be do or die. We get a trade from both 52s in that left-hand corner, and we see the bucket trying to go on the side. I believe it was the Stamper who picked off the bucket on that left side. Zuka is popping out. They're trying to find those picks. Up on the top snipe area, of course, the 52 helping to lead the sword. Just go right forward and help get a pick, but then is collapsed by 3. We can see that penalty is almost over. Last 30 seconds are happening. The Zipcaster is ready. The Cooler's ready. Strikes are out as well. Zone wants to try to get captured. Penalty to go because there wasn't a whole lot of ticks left. They were able to get that cap and apply penalty as there was only a 3-point difference here to this lead, but now penalty from STREAMCHERISH is just about over, and they can get more points here as we're down in the last 10 seconds. Hard to get +1. Needs this zone. They do have the people to be able to cap it, which they do.
Okay.
Now we're about to go into overtime. This is where they need to hold, but strike moment.
Paint over the strikes for all your life. It's all you got over here. 3 versus 2 in favor of hard to get +1. Trying desperately to get the cap. They're going to do it, but here comes Dylan crashing with the 52. Kara on the flank with the pocket.
This is it!
Dylan taken down. Grape taken down. That's the lead, and that's the set for hard to get +1. Might be hard to get there, but it's not hard to get that set win, and they're going to take it 2-1. What a nail biter of a game 3.
Down to the wire, you could see it there. It's like the strikes are ready to do it, but of course the one disadvantage of strikes is if you've got people that
down
can
the
paint
last
on the
10
inside,
seconds, hard to get
the
+1.
strikes
Needs
aren't
this
gonna fully apply to it if we don't have another with it, and of course the strikes were able to be stopped from just fully on capping because we had the pencil, we had the shot there. Bucket from the side just wasn't able to fully get enough paint down to help with the strikes coming around from the side, trying to get a pinch. We saw Dylan there trying to work their way onto the side, but the Zuka was ready to go and helped, popped on the side, and the Dylan had no choice but to go away or go down to that Zuka, and the zone was just back in control of hard to get +1, and they broke through the penalty and took that lead. What an end.
What an ending. I was fixing to say that hard to get +1 is really feeling their lack of paint, but finally they stopped strikes from getting the zone cap on its own. That had been happening that entire game 3, but they finally had, strikes popped in their face while they had that numbers advantage, and that was just barely enough to keep zone back in their favor, keep that overtime going, and keep STREAMCHERISH desperate to stay in that winner's bracket. So already a team as strong as STREAMCHERISH is going to be in the loser's bracket, which, I mean, that's how Proving Grounds goes, but my goodness, that is an insane upset. And probably going to go on the Sendo bios of all hard to get +1 next time they get their chance to be voted in. But man, what a set just to start off Proving Grounds.
Oh man, that's only round 2, and even then, round 1 was just as exciting. So it's like, ooh, oh, what kind of stuff are we gonna get into Into round 3. Oh boy.
Yeah, all of that and more after we come back from a short little break. We'll be back with round 3, but this tournament, I'm sure, is going to keep on delivering, so don't go anywhere.
Never
We'll see you in a
fails.
moment. Never fails. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Proving Grounds number 36, bringing you back with that Chrono Trigger boss music. I'm Broken Pinky, joined here by Devi, and we got a great set here to cue us into Winterside Top 8 qualifiers. We got Healthy Diet food groups, and we got I Miss Go offense. How do you feel about this set, Devi?
I have a special appreciation for Healthy Diet food groups. So being able to see them and calm them today is very exciting to me. I'm sorry, other team, but I mean, I appreciate you too, but I have a slight special appreciation for Healthy Diet food groups, just for how long I've been in the scene. So,
I feel like HDFG has been like a very beloved team to just watch, sort of rise up through the ranks. But Go Offense is a very fun team to watch in their own right. I'm sure I Miss Go Offense. It's also going to be a fun team to watch. I always love seeing Enraged Jeff on the stream, so hopefully we're going to be seeing some shenanigans in this winner's quarters match.
Yeah, like both sides here. It's just I appreciate them both. I just know I have definitely had a lot of good times with a good number of run-ins and just good times with Healthy Diet food groups. But now we're going on to Humpback for this first map, and I mentioned before we were put on that just all chaos breaks loose on this map mode. Oh well, you see what I mean? You see?
So much chaos. There's only 3 people here.
There's only
what the
3
heck?
people.
Oh man. Anyway, yeah, there is going to be a Sploosh-O-Matic in the set, very likely to be at least. So I guess everyone in the chat can mentally prepare themselves to see a Sploosh-O-Matic being played at a high-level tournament, because that's going to happen. I don't make the rules. I'm just talking.
I was expecting the Carbon to appear as well. So that was there, and then it's just... but yeah, just anything happens on Humpback, and you just see all of the uniqueness break loose, and it's like, yes! Alright, refresher. This is where all the rule book's just thrown out, the meta book's thrown into the trash. It's like, we're bringing this, it's Humpback.
Yeah, it's so funny because every team has their normal comp and they have their Humpback comp, and they're never the same thing. And if they are the same thing, it's usually a bad team. But yeah, that is going to be yeah. Sorry, that's just how it is. We're seeing a quick respawn Stamper Nouveau. I don't think I've seen that. Walnut has the Splatfest key still on, very unfortunate, but let's just get right into this game here, right into the set. Healthy Diet food groups at early events, I believe. I think that is I Miss Go Off taking control of the zone pretty early.
Yeah, just instant cap and just instant kind of around here. It's like at this time it's just like I don't even know whose side is whose sometimes because they'll just play reverse sides at the point. But we got Zuka, we got the stamp appearing, and just lots of pulled around the side here, like the machine and the sploosh just going around, just painting everything. And of course, the red pencil actually appearing instead of the other one, just going to apply rain. Rain adds so much pressure onto the corners of this map. It's like, where do I move?
There's nowhere to move. The only place you can move is forward, pretty much. That is Humpback. You move into the death pit and you try not to die. Right now, it's going pretty in favor of I Miss Go Offense, though. They're already, in that 30-point threshold where LDE starts to fully come online, but even still, pushing undeterred. I haven't seen any members of I Miss Go Offense go down in quite a while. There we go, as soon as I say it. Ricewall finds that pick, but Cap still in their favor pretty decisively. Bamboozler flank is trying to come online here with 10 picks left on the zone timer, but I mean, Healthy Diet Food Group have to find picks here and now, and they don't have many players up to do that, and I Miss Go Offense is just going to immediately get a game 1 under their belt.
Well, they sure did go on the offense. I don't think they miss it anymore.
Yeah.
They just rushed down and held, and even though the bamboo was on the side, you saw that the bamboo was just kind of painting the area, making sure that, that nothing could push forward, but at the same time, it's just there was really nothing else going on to the zone for paint because the rest of I Miss Go Offense just had complete control up on top of the hill. And it was like, what? How? Just didn't have the extra poke from the side at the time, just trying to make sure that the area was secured before they turned around. But at that point in time, it was a little too late because the tick timer was basically already gone, and they had lost the carbon, they had lost one of their primary paint sources, and the Zuka was out. It was just kind of a done deal on the side. They may have climbed the hill, but they were taken right back down. They would have had to climb all over again. Or what? I think that was the 3rd time they made an attempt for a pushback in, and it didn't quite go their way. So,
I mean, Healthy Diet Food Groups had a pretty low paint comp. All
they did.
Considered between, Stamper Nouveau, Carbon Roller, and even like Bamboo paints respectively, but not a ton. So, a little bit of an awkward, matchup, especially into something like Sploosh, where you do have to paint the floor, or else Sploosh just kind of goes crazy. But
yeah,
Yep.
I'm interested to see how they adjust on to game 2. Yet again, we're going back to the resort for the 3rd set in a row. Zones on Mahi Mahi.
We've got the common stages that are going to appear for most of the time, just constantly being here. But we've seen, of course, we're going to see constant repeats, but each team will have like a different style of how they like to do things. So we'll see what is actually brought out for comps here this time, to see if they're going to keep similar to the Humpback comp, which this one is relatively close, but they're changing bamboos, and now we have the Sploosh is staying on the side of iMisco offense, and gonna combo with the Junior and the Nautilus.
Also, Jeff is not even running stealth jump. It's just 3 mains of swim speed.
Yeah, just gonna go. Just gonna go.
just gonna run. We're running with this one.
Swimming, actually.
POV. Take notes, B rank warriors. Oh, never mind. iMisco offense has control of the zone right now. Pretty decisively. Healthy Night food groups push pretty far back. They do have strikes at the ready for that re-entry tool. I'm assuming they're close to Trump as well. But Mint is going to go down pretty early. Stanford sweep here with the Zipcaster as well, but strikes were popped kind of early, and that is not going to be enough to get zone on its own. Here come the Trump though, and here comes the Stamper on the right side, trying to get this cap going in their favor. But iMisco offense really strong in this game so far. That Stamper forced to recall after falling in the water. It's going to be jump can.
The I get an extra life moment. Yeah, this isn't going to do much. Going off the edge here, we see iMisco offense still holding control here, and even from the last game till now, Healthy Diet Food Groups just really hasn't found a response. Like, we have strikes though, but there's a bubble on the zone. Time's almost there. The chumps do go out, but that's not going to cover enough. They're able to keep it neutral, but we have a trade down. There is a couple painters off the live, but they are able to finally get it. The Bamboo and the Stamper are able to put out that last bit of paint to be able to finally apply a penalty and maybe hold a little bit of control here. But iMisco offense, again, just nothing holding them back. Just as soon as they go down, they're already right back into the play, because Healthy Diet Food Group didn't quite take full control because they were already just right there. So just as fast as they capped it, just immediately went back and forth right then and there. So Healthy Diet Food Group's just struggling to just maintain full control of the zone right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really rough shake right now for the Diet Food Group. They're not able to get really anything substantiated. It's going to be 2 versus 4 situation. This Bamboo trying to run for their life. Bad Astratron is going to be trying to make something happen, but they have to get the 105 combos, and they're faced by Rice Ball there. So not going to be able to do much on that sort of top right area, but even still, Healthy Diet Food Groups is pretty sufficiently locked out at this point in time. A lot of this map is painted purple. Not a whole lot of Healthy Diet Food Groups pink colors hit the floor. Chumps are trying to come alive to change that just a little bit, but 2.5 minutes to go. Chumps being painted over, Bamboo being taken down. Pineapple trying to come with the stamp or with the decapitator. Zone's contested by the strikes, but even still, I mean, iMisco off and just paints right over it and nulls that advantage.
The T-Tech here coming around, able to get a very key pick on the pencil here, and the T-Tech getting that amazing pick, able to help their team just move back forward and regain control once again, but that's not it. But oh, good. Hammer was canceled just in time. Strikes are at the ready, but they do have to be careful because the members of iMisco offense are around 3 different corners of the maps right now, just kind of threatening of which way to go forward. Cooler is out. We're finally at a penalty and getting points on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. They did manage to get a pick on the Nautilus. That is pretty big there, but the decav goes down as well. We see paint mostly going down. It's close to neutral. The strike's going to go down. They want to keep that zone. We're down into 20 ticks and just instantly recap there by iMisco go offense. Just like, all right, you think you're going to hold? Not instant cap. So we see the Bamboo holding one corner here. Oh, but they went down right away. We got the Stamper and the decav. The only ones left alive, as they just kind of have to wait a minute here. But I think the other one's on that back left corner. I can see slashes coming out from the side. I'm like, there's a sword hiding on the back corner that everybody is looking at right now. And because they don't have to pay attention to anything in front at the moment. And I was like, what is this sword doing over here? But they are trying to stall, but did get picked off. Strikes going on the zone right here, just pushing back iMisco offense. They are able to apply penalty once again, and we've got 2 points left plus penalty.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are kind of scared right now. This is a very spooky spot to be in. On one hand, I mean, as soon as iMisco offense gets out of their penalty, the game is probably going to end. On the other hand, Healthy Diet Food Group,
they've been slowly chunking down their points total down to 29 at this point. Another stronghold is exactly what they need here. 30 seconds left to go in this game. Nice kill from the Stamper. Double with the assist with that Zipcaster. Gets a nice kill on the recall, trying to camp as well. That's a nice little 2.5 from that Stamper on Healthy Diet Food Groups. Exactly what they need, as overtime is imminent at this point. But here comes that rain. Here comes that point scissor. Here comes Bad Astratron rolling in through this left side, trying to do whatever it is they can. And Healthy Diet Food Group starting to go down just a little bit. Trice coming out as a Hail Mary, but with 10 seconds left to go, I don't think it's going to be enough. T-Tech going to be swarmed, and that should be game 2 going in favor of I Miss Go offense.
Oh man, the end there, just the swarm onto the T-Tech. It's like, don't let them be alive, don't let them get the strikes off, and it was just denied. And the poor T-Tech, I feel their pain. But that set was, of course, that game was, of course, a lot closer than the other one. Healthy Diet Food Groups able to find their way back around, and of course one of the key things that happened there was the T-Tech able to move around and get that pick on the pencil middle of the game. Healthy Diet Food Groups was able to actually finally maintain control, and even though that I Miss Go offense was threatening 3 different corners of the map at that point in time, Healthy Diet Food Groups were actually, able to jump on it, and it really helped them there get down to their 29 push. But of course, I Miss Go offense just had the resources to be able to just snap your fingers. Hey, the zone's ours again. And just didn't really have to worry about it, while Healthy Diet Food Groups really has to put up a strong fight to be able to even secure it.
Yeah, that is not going to be the end of the set, though, as
Nope.
we are playing a best-of-5 series, and notably, Healthy Diet Food Groups took a lot of momentum away from I Miss Go offense in that game, so they are decently well positioned to get a reverse 3-0 going in their favor, but it's still going to be tough. It's not going to be easy at all. I Miss Go offense, 1 game win away from being in the top 6 of Proving Grounds, and that is certainly a great spot to be in. And Healthy Diet Food Groups trying to hold on, trying to make a miracle happen. Game 3 happening on Zone's Mako Mart here.
Back to this could decide it all for this. This could be a 3-0, but again, there is a strong chance that Healthy Diet Food Groups can swing this back. But I think with the way that we've seen it, I Miss Go offense is not going to hold back at all. They just want to rush this down and hold them back, because as soon as they have the paint on their side, they basically can shut down both the Carbon and the Stamper from trying to get in very far. But it looks like they're going to stick with the Carbon is back here over the decaf, so the Carbon will have more advantages on the side, but they really do have to be careful about how much paint is being put around and if they can go in with their teammates here.
Yeah, Carving is kind of 2v1 there in that corner, going to go in the favor of I Miss Go offense. Healthy Diet Food Groups doesn't control the zone for now, as the bunch of I Miss Go offense forced to retreat. Machine going to win that 1v1 versus Milkbread, though. Going to help I Miss Go offense get back in control of the zone, as well as that jump out from, I believe, the Bamboozler. So, pretty decisive control from I Miss Go offense here to start off this game. Who's just going to be Pop trying to find the pick on the marked player. He's not going to be able to find those. Carbon will live to fight another day, as Trumps are going to be coming out onto the zone. Really, strong from Healthy Diet Food Group, trying to get a resurgence back into the middle of the map, and I Miss Go offense staying strong in their hold.
Yeah, they're just going to continue to take it again. They've got the paint to keep it. They've got 2 members of Healthy Diet Food Groups down, and just Pencil is able to just maintain control on the stack here. Storm is at the ready, and just the way for Healthy Diet Food Groups to move in here is a lot tougher because it's more of a chokehold. But finally, the Stamper able to get the pick on that Pencil, and here we go. The pick on the Pencil happens, and Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to go in, but the paint is too strong, and the wall, and just the resources are shut down.
That's it. That is a 3-0 set win for I Miss Go offense. Dominant showings in Game 1 and Game 3. Game 2 was certainly contentious, but I Miss Go offense did the deed thereafter, and they're going to be moving on to winner's side of top 6 here in Proving Grounds number 36.
The sploosh prevails.
Sploosh prevails. I mean, Enraged Jeff is... I don't know what kind of rabbits they pull out of their hat, but it is miraculous every time I see them play. And, I mean, there's not much else to say. That was just a really, really well played set by I Miss Go offense from start to end. And Yeah, Healthy Diet Food Groups was just kind of lost as to what to do in response to it. And they tried a bunch of stuff with their comp and with their playstyle, and they just could not quite find the answer in the time of the 3 games in this series. So, congrats to I Miss Go Offense making it to top 6. Healthy Diet Food Group still has a fighting chance down in the losers bracket to make it to top 8, but that's going to be the end of the set.
Alright, everybody, welcome back to Proving Grounds 36. We are on to the next round here for you, where we have Dreams from Yesterday versus team hashtag Why Do You Do This to Commentators, aka mostly Frutella.
Think of the poor commentators when you make your pickup teams, please. I do not know anything that is on that screen. We put it into Google Translate, and Google Translate gave up.
And then we asked, and it's like, we don't know either, just call us this. And it's like, thanks! Yep! Yay! And now the problem is, it's like, well, they keep doing things like this, and now more people are gonna come up with just keyboard mash to put as their pickup names, and this is what we have to suffer with. I haven't done a comm block in a good while, and I'm always stuck with some name that I cannot pronounce. And I'm like, what is this curse? Why do you do this to me?
Yeah. It's a little sad. I will say Opstapa is a pretty great name. I think it's a great pickup name, Opstapa. But with that being said, we are in winners semifinals. The winner of this moves on to winners finals, guaranteed a top 3 position and a chance to fight for grands. Losers are going to be sent down to losers bracket to fight for 5th place and continue their run. Starting things off, we have zones on Mahi Mahi, a map which we've already seen 3 times, and we're going to be seeing it for a 4th time.
It's going to be never ending at this point. Just, you know, we want to go to the resort, and for me, I don't know if, you know, other people around that are on any of these teams might be nearing the dreads of winter, with me being Canadian, because it's already going frosting and going to probably be snowing in a week. I would love to continue going on a resort, even if it's in a game. Let me just absorb it. But anywho, yeah, Splat Zone's Mahi. Oh.
Yeah, see, I live in Texas, where it is currently 77 degrees outside, Fahrenheit.
I'm gonna suffer.
It's a little bit warm, deep in the heart of Texas. We're getting deep in the heart of Mahi here to start things off on this winners semifinals match here between Frutella's, allegedly Frutella, and Dreams from Yesterday. So let's get into it. Leader, Custom, Octobrush, and Wiper already being pulled out. Interesting comp to say the least.
We do have the junior with all of the splat bombs plus the bucket. All those splat bombs are going to eventually be a nuisance for this other team, but they do have a lot of mobility around with that brush and the wiper combo. But we can already see Crab being pulled out on the side of what we're knowing as mostly Frutella, and just kind of being chased around on the side here. And right now, just domination control, already to early wipeout, and it's just, well, yeah, bubble setup, gonna be a tough one to break back from after a little bit here.
Yeah, water's gonna be dropping pretty on early, and already Frutella setting themselves up for success. Strikes are almost online from this bucket. Crab is online by this Neo Splash, and already Dreams from Yesterday in a bit of a precarious situation. A little bit, but here comes, I believe, a Hammer coming out by this Wiper, trying to flank around the pick. Kraken be popping by this leader as well. Rush will be recalling, but Paint still pretty decidedly in favor of Frutella. Dreams from Yesterday has to go now, and this Octopus doing just like getting a nice 2-piece, getting a 3-piece into the wipeout onto Frutella, and keeping that game alive for Dreams from Yesterday.
Marks just walked right in there and be like, nope, you're not gonna exist. Nope, you're not gonna exist. Stop painting the zone. This is ours now. And now it's just a reset there that the yellow group has to do here. And we see the Wiper gonna hold control. The Arc Coolered Stamp is at the ready. 2 down now on the side of what we're calling mostly Frutella. And they did get a pick on the pencil there.
Yeah, pick on the pencil coming out, and now Dreams from yesterday in a pretty similar spot that Frutella was in not too long ago. Here comes the Zipcaster from the Octopus. A pick here would be huge, but anything to delay Dreams from yesterday getting back on, or Frutella getting back on the zone. Dreams from yesterday super close to this lead, 17-19. Here comes the Kraken to try and keep people away from the zone. They're still holding on to it. There's the lead. Now can they keep going for the knockout for long enough? Skylar trying desperately to find a pick, but it's not going to be enough and going to go down as Dreams from yesterday going to lose that zone cap. But gets the lead to 14, and now Frutella in the driver's seat trying to get the lead back in their favor.
Just able to get back control there, and of course it flipped back and forth because we saw so much dominance, but then also comes patience. It's just like, let's make sure we get it out, we'll go back in, we'll just take the lead right back, and that is what happened. Was able to hold, and now it's just back and forth here on the side. It's just one team, you know, they'll get a pick here and just not holding. Getting that junior pick is pretty key here. Brush goes down as well. That Stamp just dropping on in, getting one. Able to get the pencil to play there. Wipeout is happening. And Dreams from yesterday back in control, taking out Frutella, and is now just setting up under the side here, just making sure like they know what to be aware of, they know what to look out for. They're not going to go in too far. They're just going to hold the side here and just lock out under the ledges. But they are able to pick out that Wiper from under the ledge, though.
Yeah, getting a nice pick on that Wiper, starting under that ledge. Here comes the strike from the Crab though from Frutella. He gets his own back into favor really quickly, forcing him to jump up with that Crab tank as well. Getting that crossfire from across the map. Going to help get that pick onto the Zap as well. Octopus goes down as well, so pretty good spot here for Frutella, but they don't have any players left alive. This Splash really trying to put as much pressure as possible in this solo endeavor. Trying to hunt down this leader specifically, but the Balloon Bag on the Wiper. Trying to make some magic happen here on this left side of the map. Hammer is going to come online, and we've seen Hammers go pretty hard for Dreams from yesterday throughout the course of this game. So let's see what they can do with this ultimate. Trying to find any pick in this Splash zone and get the zone back in Dreams from yesterday's control. But the zone is being tightly contested on both sides. 2 down on Frutella though. Dreams from yesterday going to keep the zone in their favor.
It was really tight there, and you can see that the Stamp just kind of going around, taking out all of the bombs, all of the other things that could have contested the zone, just kind of eliminating it. And even though like no picks, and we can just kind of, you can see how it paints a little bit there, helping to put it into neutral, but just kind of clears it around while staying alive and just helping to assist there, unable to get the pick that they wanted. But now we see the Brush following up a lot, just getting these key follow-ups after workers had started, or just going around and getting these feed done themselves. And just guarding these ledges, so Brush is putting in a lot of effort here for Dreams from yesterday.
Yeah, but this Crab Tank is going to be trying to put in some work for Frutella before the time runs out. There we go, going to get the cap in their favor, but still, Dreams from yesterday scored some more points down to 8. So pretty respectable lead. Dreams from yesterday is in a really good spot to take this game. Frutella has to get all the way down to 7, and it's probably going to have to happen in overtime, and they're going to have to wait even longer as members are jumping out due to the hammer from that Wiper. So I mean, Frutella has roughly 10 seconds to get a cap on the zone, and I mean, with the current state of the map and of the game, not looking very likely here, Debbie. Just Kraken trying to find picks, get the pick on the bucket, pick on the Splash as well, and that is going to be Dreams from yesterday taking game 1.
Usually it'd be like, the Kraken can't paint, but it can paint if you get a splat on the zone, though. And that is definitely what helped towards the end there. But the points going down at the edge, I think a nice point there was the Wiper at the end was ledge guarding from the junior on the side and force popping bubble, so they didn't go down, just needing to stay alive, knowing that they are a reliable paint source here, and just needing to be assisted there. And then the Kraken coming out and just trapping the one onto the zone, helping just put down the extra paint just from splatting the person on the zone, and they were able to hold it and just keep it.
Yeah, I mean, very good hold from Dreams from yesterday. Throughout the course of the game, getting a nice lead of 14 and extending it down to 8, and really preventing Frutella from executing that game plan. I mean, again, we saw Frutella get a really strong early hold of the zone, and once Dreams from yesterday got the cap in their hands, they just did not let go of that lead. They didn't let Frutella score many points after that initial hold, so very strong play from Dreams from yesterday. Going to be taking the first game off of Frutella in this tournament, and with that being said, Game 2 is on the horizons on another familiar territory here, Zones on Mako Mart.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of familiar territory until we get to Game 3 and on, where we haven't been into any familiar territory. But Zones on Mako, again, this is, I can see this going pretty much the same way, unless if just one fight just does not go one team's way. We know that a big threat from that is being applied to Frutella is Mox's brush. Mox's brush is in fact insane. This we know. And just kind of able to just cruise on in and get those picks, and when the Zipcaster comes out, can follow up with a lot of things. Just when one team member is in a fight, you can see the Zipcaster, when it's out, will just kind of jump on over and rain from above. And it's just really helping out Dreams from Yesterday quite well. So it's just something that Frutella will have to continue to be aware of.
Yeah, I mean, Frutella definitely has to keep their eyes peeled for all of the bag of tricks from Dreams from Yesterday, because, like, this is not a normal comp you go up against. Viper, Octobrush, custom leader, but it is what Frutella is going to have to contend with here. So, game 2 on our hands right now. Pretty similar comp on both sides. We are going to be seeing the 52 being picked with that Plasmatic on the side of Frutella. Other than that, let's just get the show on the road.
Looks like we already see one going down there, the brush trying to come around from the side, trying to help pinch this as we had a 3v1 on that one stack there. Two members going down, both the Wiper and the brush. So Frutella able to take down those two big threats in exchange of the leader going down. And Frutella now having control. It looks like Whale's going out. They're going to locate these players, figuring out what side they need to guard. It looks like the Wiper handy, but surprise, there's the end zap there, helping to guard, but it does go down in a trade in the end. Two down now on the side of Frutella. Kraken going out, just trying to push on forward to help get a pick. It looks like they did get the junior on that back corner of the freezer. And the bucket's just trying to go on the side, but isn't going to last very long, as it is just jumped on from Dreams from Yesterday. And control is going into... It's in the control of Dreams from Yesterday. And the brush just moving around the side here, just going to guard the ledge. Now making sure nobody drops here.
Yeah, Dreams from Yesterday in a very strong position right now. Getting close to that lead, taking it from Frutella. And right now, I mean, Frutella not really able to get in the zone, forced to give up that lead. Now here's the strike. Here could be aggressive piece of that bubble as well. Wiper is going to be lost in the ether, it seems, and Frutella is going to get the zone back in their hands. Slight lead in favor of Dreams from Yesterday, but certainly manageable for Frutella to just get another strong hold. And already almost done with that penalty there. There are two specials that they have to contend with from Dreams from Yesterday, being that hammer and that crack.
They did also have the zip from the brush coming out as well. They did obtain that third, and it looks like two immediately go down as those specials were just launched, and it worked in the favor just as soon as everything was launched. Frutella just doesn't exist, and now they are back in spawn. We can see the pencil up in the top corner there trying to get a pick. It looks like Mox did get caught out on the bottom left there by the 52. You see they're just going back on the zone here, and control is taken back right away as the junior makes it onto the zone, but the brush and junior do trade on the side along with another, and now just as Dreams from Yesterday says Frutella isn't going to exist, it's vice versa.
Yeah, Shoe is on the other foot right now. Frutella has the lead and is ready to score even more with that penalty being out of their way, and the bucket is aggressing here with that strike at the ready as well. So Frutella in a very strong position in this game.
They're in a really good spot here. This is exactly where the Slosher wants to be. It looks like the pencil was trying to poke at it, but now positions revealed. The Slosher's like E-Leader, you're going down. But the E-Leader does crack and goes towards the zone, is going to help support the... oh man.
A little bit of scuff, as is normal in Splatoon.
Sorry, we were blinded for a little bit. Hey,
yeah,
Dreams from Yesterday has the zone now.
Dreams from Yesterday has zone lead in favor of Frutella at 3 points. Very strong lead in this game here. Dreams from Yesterday has to get essentially a knockout to get this game in their favor. But they're pretty well on it their way. Already down into the 20s, holding off Frutella as best as they can. But here comes Frutella trying to aggress forward. Octopus down, Junior down, 3v3 on either side. Strikes are coming up, but the pencil's going to go down as well. The paint is going to be alive for Dreams from Yesterday. Frutella trying to go on this playing with the 52 icon, desperately trying to find any sort of pick, but it's just not going to happen this time. And Dreams from Yesterday up 2-0, 1 game win away from winners finals.
Oh man, the last thing I saw was the brush able to get a pick on a side, and then it's like, what happened? This was, yeah. I was like, okay, fight happened here, but towards the end there, yeah, we saw the 52 just painting and trying to hope to get a RNG fall-off pick for just dear life to help save the game, because the junior wasn't quite close to zone yet, but I saw them pop the bubble at the end as they were nearby, but they weren't close enough. So the junior wasn't able to be back on zone to help paint that, so it was just the 52 really just, again, painting for dear life, and of course just not popping the whales because they needed to keep paint out. Teammates were trying to jump in, but there was just too much extra pressure on the zone for Frutella to be able to keep up with that. But that middle of the game there, it's like all resources popped. Okay, Dreams from Yesterday now has control, wiping Frutella, and then Frutella just answers really strongly by basically putting out the same thing and just reverse wipes them and then has control. But then after that, just a constant, I'm gonna call you, hey, I'm answering, I'm responding. Now we're just gonna do it again. Just a constant, here, we're going to give you an answer. No, we're gonna give you an answer. It's just lots of counterplay, but in the end, it was Dreams from Yesterday that were up on the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, super crucial picture at the end. Getting the junior and the pencil down right as strikes were popped really made it easy, so to speak, to paint over those strikes, and that's what won in that game. So, Dreams from Yesterday up 2-0, but as soon as they're feeling comfortable, we are going to be struck down with zones on Hammerhead Bridge. So, if y'all got a little bit bored by these map picks, don't worry, we're going back to some quirked up territory here in this game, number 3. Zones on Hammerhead Bridge. I'm not sure if it's, like, really benefits one comp over the other, but Dreams from Yesterday has just been playing extremely well. The duo of the Wiper and the Oxbar is really hard for Frutella to deal with, and I mean, Frutella's essentially out of time to find an answer. They have to just pick something and hope it works for the rest of the set.
I think they know how to answer it, considering how they did go back and forth reverse wipe. It's just now, how do they keep up with it when they don't have these same resources, like right after they do it? And just making sure that they can't get in, can't get anything done. And this map is as like very long, and has a pretty nasty lockout point. So it's gonna be tougher for the Wiper and the Brush to get through here. But with how quick they are, they're able to just kind of go around, take the fight to the wing, and end up creating an advantage for themselves. So it's just something to take note of if this Wiper and Brush from Dreams from Yesterday are going to bait the fight to a corner. Because if they do that, they're going to plot to win to that fight, to be able to just drag somebody over, and then once they win it, they're just going to collapse on Frutella. So just something for Frutella to note is what's a bait and what's not.
Absolutely. I mean, Frutella really has to just differentiate and really focus on what they prioritize. Like, do they prioritize, you know, looking for the flanks and worry about taking the bait? Do they prioritize the zone and then suddenly Dreams from Yesterday is behind their enemy lines and picking all of them and wiping them out? It's a really delicate dance that you have to, you know, tangle with, but that's just what you got to do when you're playing, you know, winter semifinals and proving grounds. These teams are going to give you really tough questions, and you're going to have to find your way to answer them in the way that best suits your victory.
But yeah, I do think what they have, like, is what is working for them. It's just now, okay, how do we make this better? How can we hold better with what it is? We know what our advantages are, and just a main thing is like, okay, what's going to be the prime focus? What is going to be the main threat here, and what do we have to wait for? How do we put them at a disadvantage? How can we collapse on this instead? And it seems like they do have the right idea in mind. We've seen it happen in the last games. We've seen it in both games. It's just they definitely know how to handle it. It's just the focus and making sure, like, you know, they know and all that. But that's kind of the thing with the, like, a Brush and Wiper comp. They act as we like to call it, they act as rats. So they like to just be in the face, they like to go on the side, they like to just, you know, make you frustrated, take your attention away, look somewhere else. But is it something you really want to be paying attention to at a set given time? But that's what makes it difficult.
Yeah, because you can't ignore the rats for too long, because they're just gonna pop up. And I mean, I agree with you in the sense that, like, clearly these have been very back and forth games, but I feel like when the chips are down, when the tension is at its highest, Dreams from Yesterday is really able to rattle Frutella just a little bit and kind of throw them off their game and force that desperation that makes, you know, that sort of line of play a bit more telegraphed, and Dreams from Yesterday really able to pounce on that window of opportunity. So I
I guess it's just going to be all about mitigating that. If we go to game 3, set point here or potential reverse 3-0 from Frutella. Let's see what's going to happen here. Pretty similar stuff. We're seeing CRB coming out on the side of Frutella, courtesy of Opstapa. Same old from yesterday. Here we go.
Yeah, we got an extra little bit of mid-range there. Of course, we're going to have the Kraken battles going on towards here. But just seeing how the teams are going to adapt with the fights here, you see the Brush just, you know, playing it patient. We're not going to rush into this. It's just like, we know it's not the right way to go. Just going to get some paint down. It looks like they're going to try and freeze their resources, but that Crab immediately popping out, and they're like, I see the Brush. We are not letting it get Zipcaster, and they're able to cancel that right away. Hammer is online, but the Zap does go down, and so does the leader. It looks like they're able to punish the side, but hello, Hammer! Just kind of going right forward. Yes, like, oh, it's raining hammers, everybody, and the Hammer able to drop down, get picks, and help Dreams from yesterday get control of that zone again.
And then Viper's going to find another pick on the splash, trying to drop right onto them. And they're going to find the Kraken cancel on the CRB. This Viper on the side of Dreams from yesterday is going absolutely bonkers mode right now. As right now, Dreams from yesterday almost has the lead back in their hands. Viper finally going to go down, courtesy of that leader and courtesy of Opstapa. But my goodness, what a charge as Dreams from yesterday has the lead in their hands right now. And here comes the Kraken to try and put even more damage. And the Zap is going to find a pick onto the range blaster. This zone is still in their control right now. Dreams from yesterday is not relenting at all right now. The pace, the pressure, all of it is going to continue to go forth until this game is over.
Oh man, that opening looked really strong from Frutella, just getting the picks left and right on Dreams from yesterday. And then this Viper, I just felt them like, I need revenge. And then they just dropped in with the Hammer and went. And they were able to just keep it there. But let's not speak too soon now. And the penalty is over on Frutella's side, and we just see the Dodgers just waiting on the bottom corner. They want to find this leader. They want to take it out. Kraken ready on the side of leader, along with the Stamp. Stamp does get taken out, but it looks like it's a trade on the side. Bucket's hiding there on the left corner. Crab's on the bottom right. Zipcaster's out as well. We got 2 down on the side of Frutella. Make that 3. 1 was jumping in on the left-hand side there. That is the Blaster. They want to find this leader. Leader's able to live, and it looks like Dreams from yesterday is going to go around and finally get this cap on zone.
Yeah, finally going to get the cap. They did lose the lead. Lead is at 25 points right now, held by Frutella. But Dreams from yesterday has control of the zone, and Hammerhead is one of the most lockout-heavy zone snaps in this game, unless you have exactly what this Bucket on the side of Frutella has, those tri-strikes. Just get the cap on the zone with the Bucket, trying to fight the Viper, is going to stay alive, live to telltale, and launch those strikes. Get the cap likely in favor of Frutella. There it goes. Really well played, really scary situation with the Bucket, navigating that super well, and Frutella trying to find more picks, but gets a little bit greedy, taken down by this Octobrush. Zipcaster at the ready, Kraken at the ready. Jumps are being camped as well as Pencil trying to retreat for dear life, but this Octobrush can see it all with that Zipcaster, and Dreams from yesterday yet again threatening to be done with that penalty and be knocking on the door of that.
This is where the hard part of getting out of base is, but of course, again, another nice ledge pick taken down on that Viper and just going around, so the Zap able to come on forward and help get another pick there. Lead is going to swap here on the side of Dreams from yesterday. We do have Crab and Kraken at the ready. We heard them both launch, and then we have the strikes going out as well. Kraken's going to go around and find and see what's going around on the side. It looks like people were going down from the back there, and the zone is back in control of Dreams from yesterday, able to shut down an entire push that Frutella tried to enable.
Yeah, Dreams from yesterday was able to shut down that push. I mean, Frutella only just bought themselves a bit more time with the gamble that used 3 of their specials, and now they have absolutely nothing at the ready other than those price breaks that that Bucket just acquired, and they're going to have to use them desperately to stop this knockout with all they can. Hammer is going to find the trade onto the Bucket, reducing that resource, but now a bunch of specials are starting to come online for Frutella, and they should get the cap in their hands any second now. There it goes. 50 seconds left in this game, potentially left in the set, as 3 go down on Frutella. It's just the Splash holding onto that Crab, trying to keep that last push opportunity alive for Frutella, because they're playing at disadvantage right now, and they have to get back in the zone if they want to stay in the winner's bracket.
Leader in a nice spot there, but is now getting contested by the bombs. Crab is out. This leader wants to find a pick on one of these people, is able to get one of them on that top corner, did take out the Blaster, which, I mean, is a good pick to take out, but at the time isn't one that is going to stop anything from zone control. But even though that the zone has been taken back, oh my gosh! Corner play right there!
The snipe on the flanking bucket is almost surely going to put a pin to this set. 3-0 if Frutella cannot find a miracle right now. They're going to get the cap on the zone. They're going to be taking it to overtime. Mox going to be taken down by this Splash player, but now Frutella has to hold on to the zone for dear life as Dreams from yesterday continuing their charge. They see the player behind them. Splash is going to go down. Bucket's going to go down. Viper's going to surge forward for the cap, and Dreams from yesterday gets the set win in a 3-0 sweep over Frutella.
Oh, just the view on the splash there, just as the overtime hit, the splash was definitely a crucial one to keep in as being one of the prime quick painters. Of course, the pencil being there, also doing it, but with the splash just being cornered, then being taken down, it just helped, Dreams from yesterday just helped take that back, but wow, what an end there, and just that turn flick, just like, hi, Bucket. Bye, Bucket.
Yeah. What an end to that set. Now Dreams from yesterday on to winners bracket finals where they're up against Snooze. And Frutella going to be dropping down to the losers brackets for their own adventures and for their own hope of an extended bracket run. They're going to be actually matching up against Healthy Diet food groups, so that's going to be a fun set to watch.
Is it bad that it almost feels scripted when you have teams like Dreams from yesterday and Snooze ending up in the next thing? Tell me this.
We did script it. It's not scripted. It's not scripted. It's not scripted. But with that being said, I believe that is going to be the end of our block as we are going to throw it over to Popgun and K-Bot to send you the rest of the way through this tournament. But yeah, I had a good time being here. How you doing? How you feeling, Debbie, about the sets we saw?
Oh my goodness, what sets. It started off strong. Again, like, it was funny how it reversed, how we were at the start, where usually at the start you don't see things going to the game 3, but then towards the end, that's where we saw the sweeps, which is interesting to me, because usually you don't see that reverse, but I'm still feeling pretty good. I'm glad I was here to see this, and once again, my curse continues where there is a team name that I absolutely cannot attempt to pronounce.
Yeah, that is going to be the end of this here. At least we ended off with a team you can't pronounce, I guess, just to keep that tradition alive. With that being said, thank y'all for watching. We're going to throw it over to K-Bot and Popgun in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere, because the grand finale of Proving Grounds 36 just around the corner.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Proving Grounds 36 Winners Finals. That's right. That joke never gets old because I am with Popgun. Yay! Popgun, how's it going?
I didn't realize you were friends with the idiots in chat. That's a very risky game you're playing.
I'll have you know.
You don't know.
I'll have you know. I have been known to be an idiot in chat, Popgun. Only for you. Only for you.
Aren't we all at some point in our life? Hey, this is winners finals of Proving Grounds. Snooze versus Dreams from yesterday. Two names that I guess go with each other.
Indeed. I too would like to snooze, and actually, I mean, it depends on whether or not you would like to relive your dreams from yesterday. Sometimes you would, sometimes you wouldn't, but alas, custom e-leader? Popgun,
Yeah.
why are they quizzing me on this? You think I remember all of the kits for these things?
So there's Kraken is on that thing.
Oh, okay.
Also, that is the Octobrush with the Zipcaster, I believe, and the regular Stamper. So now somebody has to give out soda. It's actually in the rules that you have to use soda in your comp, so they have the in-zap to go along with things. But none of that seems to be working right now because Snooze, with the more quote-unquote traditional comp, has pretty solid control.
Pretty solid control and already starting to extend relatively far forward. You see 2 gaps looking forward here as well, and the amount of space that Snooze is able to control in front of the zone right now is a large part of their success. It allows P here to just keep slipping around everywhere. We'll see when engagement comes forward. If they need to pull the trigger now and they don't have any specials to their name, looks like it's going to be an easy game 1 here for Snooze.
So Snooze is our #1 overall seed. They Tempest actually gave them a run for their money, taking them to a game 5 a couple of rounds ago. But other than that, they've been sweeping their way through their opponents. Obviously, including the win that they got right here. So, if you were to just look at the teams that signed up for this one, which obviously I've been doing the last couple of days, the team names themselves do nothing.
They mean nothing to me.
To convey any information to anybody, other than Healthy Diet Food Groups, which is an actual team.
Yeah.
But when you look at when you click on the names and you look at the rosters that's actually playing, it's like, okay, cool. These are some players that have been pretty much dominating things for the vast majority of this year, including Snooze, Harshy, Kiki, Phoenix on this roster, as well as Raiki. A lot of those players have been pretty much farming the send-out badges across the board. I don't know much about Dreams from yesterday, but they have a lot of badges as you click on their thing as well. Now, some of those badges are like, okay, what I know what those are. The other ones is like, okay, that's a badge that just got made up today. There's no way.
Welcome to Sendo.Inc. Popgun. As it turns out, anyone can throw a badge on the website and claim they have all of the accolades ever. As it turns out. No, this is fun though because I don't get to watch Splatoon very often. Popgun. I know, shocking development.
You're not playing Splatfest right now?
I'm not, as a matter of fact. So it's fun to get to be forced to sit down and watch people that I don't normally watch. Actually, I'll put it that way. But it's a good time. No, it's a good time. So forgive me, folks. It's gonna take me a little bit of warming up to do. But I mean, if the rest of this tournament goes like it just did, I like what I see from Snooze, who does appear to have an actual like team icon. So maybe they're a consistent roster.
Yes, that looks. You know, it's just a matter of a time before these kinds of players end up on a team together if they're not already, because they've been doing so many pickups in so many different like random fan clubs or whatever. So it's, oh, by the way, they're still using that comp. That wasn't just a Mako Mart one-time only special. No, for Undertow zones, the dual zone mode, we're sticking with the same exact thing. So the Ely, okay, so if the Ely can get set up in some like key areas here, kind of abuse their range, maybe they can find something going here, but it's going to be difficult to even get up top there when you got all the, well, actually, scratch that. The E-leader might not be as helpless as I thought.
Not at all when you can aim like that. Oh, wait, I have not seen this map since the change. I don't know when the change happened, Popgun, but that shows you how much Splatoon knowledge I have right now.
So the area underneath the awning, so like behind where this wiper area is, that kind of got a little bit wider. I think for flat zone specifically, that's the main thing.
And it had that little pillar there, which actually provides a huge angle for a target player. As we saw our Elu do a second ago. But yeah, to your point, it's going to be difficult for this Elu to get set up when everything's been flown at it for half a little bit. Now, we see the hammer come out, getting the 52 gal who was trying to be annoying on the other side. Now the wiper tries to go forward, but really this is just kind of who can be the bother in the other team's side the most. especially when you've got something like a Kraken out there to continue to buy that space and move forward. So we'll see whether or not Dreams from yesterday is able to hold on to this zone. It doesn't look likely at the moment, and no, they will get taken down, though another nice pick from our player here before they jump in.
Well, that's the thing. When we're so used to seeing pencils, it's not a one-shot hit. So you can get hit a couple times with the pencil before you get eliminated. But when you go back to these traditional chargers and you just see somebody explode off of one little shot. Now you can't miss it. You have to be really direct because it takes a long time to charge that back up again. But we're just not used to seeing that type of charger, even though it's the much older one. Everybody using that pencil right now. Speaking of which, a pencil just got eliminated on the website.
It is nice to see the highlight reel montages where you flick across the map and you pick up one with the charger, especially when it takes that long to charge up. So, off the back of that, Dreams from yesterday probably got to extend the lead here slightly, although 52 Gal comes out with this whale and is going to start charging forward. Here comes the brush, able to meet it there right on the front lines, but then immediately gets taken down and traded, and Snooze is able to cap the zone. They're keeping us close despite the amount of range, just basically by fleeing themselves forward, and that's a lot of what these weapons want to do, right? Stamp from using the 52 Gal, they want to be in their face and be aggressive, and are relatively self-sufficient while they do that, so it's no real surprise that they're able to keep this one close, and now, in fact, they will go ahead for the lead, as now we see the flank coming with Zip Cast, is going to get taken down, and at least traded for the moment, but it's going to keep Dreams from yesterday on their heels, and while they might pop this tactic cooler, they're going to be less of a threat moving forward.
Good awareness of recognizing, hey, we might not know exactly where the zip cast is coming from, but we should be expecting it. And once it gets popped and I see it's not right in front of me, the only place it could be is behind me. So instantly turn around, getting the splat on it. But the distraction was still caused by that zip caster. This zone, you don't see undertone zones often, but when you have a splat zones only tournament, you have to do more than just 5 maps the entire time. So which is why you're seeing it here. It's so hard to score on a map like this. So when you got the enemy team pushed back like Snooze did, and you're able to just keep the fight away from zone, that seems to be more critical than actually winning it.
Yeah, and when you have self-sufficient weapons that can move forward and buy that space, and you have a backline that can further establish itself, then you should be able to be successful in doing that. But now Dreams from yesterday trying to set something up, although they go to down, and Rikey blocking off that side does have that zip cast at the ready as well. He's going to get taken down again. That's a Zap player, no cooler for a little while longer, but even still, the firefight continues on top of the zone. Here comes the zip cast. Who are they going to find? And while the zone gets painted over, still neutralized. 1 zone to 1 right now. Have to turn their attention back to their side, but no. Rush player gets taken down, and Snooze is going to cap both. The beautiful double there to cap it off. And now, once again, on the defense here, protecting from Dreams from yesterday.
This is going to be so hard to force overtime. Like, on this map, you just sneeze on the zone and it pauses it, but to force overtime, you're going to have to cap both of the zones. And, well, it's going to be extremely difficult to do when the pencil is alive this as well. If I'm Snooze, I'm basically just saying, I'm just going to hard focus just one zone. Yeah, they capture that one, who cares? They got to get both. They can't do it in time. Snooze takes game 2 and are looking to continue this tournament with another sweep.
Pretty convincing there, relatively speaking. Of course, it was a little bit more back and forth. This is the nature of 2-zone maps, as you pointed out earlier. But even still, one of the things I wanted to comment on there might have led to a difference in what the result is at the very end of the day. You saw it towards the end. I think the E-leader chose to take the pick on the wiper or brush rather than taking out the pencil, and then the pencil traded back for the leader. Trying to have that target priority is something that is kind of critical and something we don't think about often in Splatoon, but obviously if you're the longest range weapon, your goal should probably be to take out the longest range weapon. Now, whether or not you can react in time to actually do that is another thing, right? Which is why we don't talk about it in Splatoon nearly as often, is because oftentimes you get a small window to get one pick, and you'll be happy to take that one pick if you can get it. But even still, when you do have the opportunity to go for both, having the awareness of figuring out where everyone else is on the map at the same time is just as important. Of course, not to say that was the make or break of the game, but was a good teaching moment there, I think, as we keep going forward here in Proving Grounds. Now, Snooze, one game away from coming out on top in Winners Finals and advancing to Grand Spot.
They are. That is definitely a thing. And even more importantly, as one of the TOs for this event, losers bracket is going along swimmingly. And quite honestly, that's the only thing I care about, because the quality of a double M tournament is 100% based on how the losers bracket is going. And we're almost at losers semifinals. So I might actually get to see my kid today. I'm all for this. Let's go.
Oh, God,
Let's keep this going.
It's only 3:30. Come on now.
Well, he got an early bedtime.
Ah, okay. Well,
And we're sticking with it. Oh wait, no, actually, that's Harshi doing the E-Leader, saying, hey, how come they get to use E-Leader? How come they get to have fun and I don't? Like, we're up 2-0. Can I just prove I'm the better E-Leader right here? Let me see what I can do with this thing. I don't think I've ever seen Harshi on anything other than pencil.
well, you know, the other thing here too, right, is rather open map is Born of Wind Time, especially around the zone area. So having a little bit of extra range here to pick off, especially when you're going into an E-Leader, might allow you to come away with picks like that. Now, that said, looks like the firefight on top of the zone goes to the favor of Dreams from yesterday, and it'll force Harshi to back on away for now. But even still, if you can build up that effective range on top of the zone, especially with good sight lines, such as the one this map has, you'll be able to come away victorious a lot of the time. And now a nice zip cast comes out here, and it's going to keep the pressure on as Dreams from yesterday continues to hold.
Yeah, do a pretty decent opening right now. Well, until they got that zone taken away from them right there. But still, get out of there, Rush player. You want to stay alive a little bit, group in with your teammates. Try to find a way to build up that zip caster, but nicely done. Who eliminated that? That wasn't the E-Leader, was it? It was. So the E-Leader doing a good job of landing the one shot necessary to take care of that zip caster. And with Soda the Boot, that might open up the door to Snooze to get back into control of the zone before they give up
you
lead
say
as
that.
well.
Say that. They come right back through with a couple of specials, and now are setting up on the offensive side. Nice little Platano Stamper combo, throwing in that burst bomb there to take out the E-Leader. Means that effectively Dreams from yesterday is forced to back on away, and now Snooze can dive forward. Here comes the Kraken to go down. Actually, now it's 2 for 2. Trading back and forth, and the Kraken's going to be forced to retreat because only the N-Zap lives. For Dreams from yesterday, they will back on away, and Snooze will take back control once again, very even for 2 minutes into the game.
Like you kind of said, it's such a wide open map, but we also don't see any Zukas. Now, I don't think we've seen Zukas across the entire set, but this is one of those maps where it's just been so good. And also, if you're going to use the E-Leader, and you know the other team isn't going to be using Zuka, like, this is the one rare opportunity. Like, there's not much to contest against these E-Leaders other than just the E-Leader on the other side. Even when there's a hammer coming up, you might have a Kraken ready to go to self-defend yourself a little bit there. So that's I'm seeing so much Splatoon, I'm trying to find something interesting going on. Hey, there's no Zukas.
Ooh. But no, I mean, I think there's a decent rock, paper, scissors thing, right? It probably depends on your overall play style. In this case, they probably figured that just matching the E-Leader, well, A, especially if Snooze is ahead, might be more fun. And B, you know, the Zukas might be okay, but if there is an E-Leader, obviously you're going to be vulnerable for a little while before that Zuka comes out. Otherwise, you're just relying on the shorter range weapon to get some stuff done. And look at this zip cast. I don't know how much work done it's going to get. That was a fun angle. Now we'll jump back away. Nice little distraction for a little while.
At one point, they clipped through the wall. I think they made a mistake. I think they, like, accidentally found, like, a spot without collision for the zipcaster and went to somewhere they weren't really expecting. That was just kind of weird. But what isn't weird is a gal doing what a gal usually does, dancing along into the shower of the curtain and getting some splats on top of it. That's a -4 as Snooze takes control of things.
Well done here to this gal player. Coming in clutch for the team needs the most now, though, is going to get taken down. And now, suddenly, Dreams from yesterday gonna come right back, not able to capitalize off of that delayed wipe. And now they start charging forward once again. Here comes all the bombs, and will they be able to get their E-leader set up? The N-Zap, though, taken down shortly after throwing the cooler. Now, there goes the Zipcast on the far right side. Looks like it's not coming up with much of anything for right now, although immediately comes back on top of the team, and suddenly 3 members are down. Looks like the N-Zap was able to jump back in and take care of some business. Here comes the Ultra Stamp to finish the deal, and Dreams from yesterday going to pick up their first game in our series.
Ultra Stamp smelt blood in the water, saw 3 players bunched right on top of each other and said, ooh, I can get a Twitter clip off of this. But only ended up getting 1 splat, as everyone else said, you know what? We're just going to take the L. We're going to get out of here. We're probably going to go back to our pencil in the next game and close out the set before it gets to a game 5. But Dreams from yesterday, holding serve, wanting to avoid going swept in the winner side of things. It says, let's see if we can extend this one a little bit longer.
Real nice awareness here from Mox coming back on the Zipcast, joining with the rest of the team to try to create more pressure, and it ultimately allows that 3-down situation to happen. Then, of course, there's this end to seal it. But that played on the Zipcast to come back in, apply that little bit of extra chip damage as you splash back in on that Zipcast, I think is actually incredibly important in that play overall. And the more you can use your specials to play off of what your teammates are doing, the better, right? That goes for Zipcast, that goes for Zuka, that goes for Strikes, that goes for most specials in the game. As long as you can coordinate that with the rest of your team, your pushes and your fights are going to be that much more successful.
Yeah, in theory, you know, if you want to win.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a team game to some extent, even though we found as many ways as possible to individualize it. It still comes down to how do you work with the rest of your teammates there.
Turns out a very important aspect of most team activities.
Which surprisingly, the more you kind of watch, maybe not this set in particular, but the more you kind of watch sets of Splatoon on stream, you don't really see that kind of special coordination in the sense. It seems like there's a lot of emphasis on, I got special, let me throw it. I got my strikes, let me just throw it. I got my Zuka ready, let me just throw it. And, oh, well, I just blasted my Zuka into a wall. Well, it's because I was just popping it. And sometimes the special just works, even when it's not supposed to. And then I get into my brain, like, oh, well, I can just keep popping the Zuka, and eventually it's just going to make things happen. And when it doesn't, is then when you get into that trouble of like, oh.
Well,
what is this?
It's a longer entry screen, is what it is.
That's never a good sign.
But typically.
Shout out to our streamer, Sam, who's been doing a fantastic job. Up to this point, it could go off the rails at any moment. And okay, so it's museum. That means somebody's going to flank. Mox is going to be the person flanking this time around. But we also don't see flanks really work out anymore on this map, especially when one person goes by themselves, because the enemy team is just kind of expecting it at this point, and you just saw a 1v3 with Anakin not having the high ground, instantly getting splatted.
Pretty sure that was 2 jumps away, in addition to having the brush go down, and now they're going for the splats on the enemy plat here as well. As see the Snipe Rider come in, here's the jump onto the plat and starting to take even more space away. It's Snooze. Balloon tries to dive in with the stamp, but again, not really coming up with a lot, not paired with anything from the team. Very nice pick here for the leader, though. And Dreams from yesterday have yet to hold on. Even still, there's Cyan all around them, and they've got to make a rush for the zone rather quickly. They want to come on through here. Balloon dropping in from the right side with this Ultra Stamp. Now tries to throw it towards the members that are on the back foot here of Snooze, and they come up with a couple. It'll net the zone for now, but just how long, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, somebody's getting attacked from the backside right there. The Wiper trying to push up a little bit too early before they had complete control of the mid area, and that just shuts down this push before it even gets going. Who's this rat behind everybody? It's P on the gal yet again. They've been a nuisance all set long.
And again, one of the things that 52 Gal loves to do, we talk about playing with the team, but it is a very independent weapon, and if it gets a little farther away, you're able to do a couple of different things like it. Comes comes up with a pick there on the Ultra Stamp. Now another 2-down situation and moved up incredibly far, allowing for a jump in from your Stamper player. And now there's even more control extended for Snooze. What will Dreams from yesterday be able to do? Apparently, maybe a decent bit, as now they take down 2 from the far side. The Ultra Stamp's going to come towards the zone. Kiki drops back, looking for the pick on the Ultra Stamp. Not able to find it, though, but even still, no paint on the zone. Pop Gun, it comes down to that sometimes. And Snooze is able to get what was, in effect, a 100-0 knockout.
I'm kind of surprised Dreams from yesterday didn't find a way to cap this zone. They had the man advantage. They had some specials. I think they were just getting a little bit slow getting out of their base. And I think while they were trying to paint the zone, I think the few players left alive from Snooze were the ones that were putting the pressure and getting some more splats to help even the odds out into their favor. So Dreams from yesterday forced into a panic situation where they have to attack the zone. Snooze with all the time to work with right there. Okay, so maybe the end zap backing up here, just canceling out completely everything that the Hammer was trying to do as well when the rest of their teammates jumped back in. Nicely done by Snooze. 3-1. They wake up from their dreams from yesterday. We're not going to splat zones at Maki Maki, but the tournament moves on.
It moves on just in time for us to step away and take a break, probably, because we're in the double elimination tournament, as you mentioned, Pop. But in any event, yeah, fantastic stuff from Snooze and good objective awareness there towards the very end. And I liked your point earlier. Popgun, why do you think I call out every single time that I see specials actually being coordinated? Because I've watched enough Splatoon to know that that's kind of important.
Well, I mean,
and enough overhead, admittedly.
It's always been an issue, or maybe not an issue, but it's always been just a thing where, especially low ink teams and people that just get banned from low ink, they just think, well, spamming specials is how I'm going to win. And in a sense, yes, but there's just not a lot of purpose behind specials. Because in Splatoon 2, if you spammed a lot of missiles, yes, your odds of success were going to be a little bit higher at the end of the game. But
right,
a lot of people were just thinking, well, there's an E-liter on the other side, or there's a charger on the other side. I'm just going to throw all 10 of my missiles on that charger every single time, and not even stopping to think, well, wait a minute. If all 10 are going on that charger, all the charger has to do is, the charger doesn't even have to, like, break their charge. They can just sidestep and dodge every single one of them. Versus, well, let's nuke all 4 players, or as many players around the charger as possible. Then they have to run away from everybody else. And that's, you know, I've seen it with Zuka today. Well, I got Zuka, I'll just pop it and just fire it across somewhere. And I've been rewarded enough from the RNG of the weapon to know eventually it's going to work. Versus some of these better teams that realize, well, let's save it, let's go in together, let's overwhelm the zone with everything we have. And of course, like, there's some weapons where it doesn't matter if you fail with the special because, oh, well, I'll just get it back in like 10 seconds anyways, and I'll just try it again. The people who get the value out of every single specials, instead of just the, well, let's throw this special away and get it back and try again, that's kind of been the difference from what I've been seeing.
Yeah, and I think your point about the Zukas, you know, I call those Hail Mary Zukas, where they just, like, fire it and hope they get a kill, you know? Like, please do something, save me! Because that's, in effect, what you're doing, the same thing in football when you drop the long pass and you hope that your wide receiver can pick it up and score a touchdown off of it, because that's about the only chance you've got left in the game. That's, in effect, what those kind of errant shots are with the Trizuka, and any time that you can target somebody with not only a Trizuka but also apply pressure to them with another player or bomb pressure or anything that limits their options of getting away, the better. And Popgun, I do want to push back on the mentality, not you saying this specifically, but the mentality of people in general of, oh, I'll just get it back in a little bit. Well, when you're playing in a tacticaler driven meta, everyone's going to be up all the time. You need to, if the opposing team is tacticaler, you need to capitalize on every single special that you get. And the higher percentage that you can actually execute on any given play in any given team fight, the higher percentage of games you're going to come out on top, right? So sure, it doesn't seem like it's that big of an impact because it's not actively hurting you, certainly, by popping bazooka and missing all of your shots. But if you're able to hit one or hit two even of those shots, you're going to have a much higher playmaking potential than you would otherwise. It's kind of like a, sure, you don't lose anything, but you have potential to win a lot more if you're able to actually be successful.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think this game would be more enjoyable to play / watch / whatever if Soda was not in it? Because Soda just completely allows you to make more mistakes.
Yeah.
I don't want to say like completely punishment free, but the punishment for getting splatted, the punishment for making a mistake is next to erased because Soda's in the game.
So the level of play across the board is lower because there is less care towards any individual play because, oh, I have respawned in 1 second.
You said that, not me.
Yeah, sure.
But
That's what you're hinting at.
Yes. Yes. Roughly.
Yeah. I imagine it would be much more fun to play because you're rewarded for making good plays. Although it could also be more frustrating to play because you are further punished for making poor decisions and poor plays. So I think it's a dual-edged sword there. But I also think, like, in terms of watching, sure, it's more fun to watch the splat feed continue to rack up, right? People aren't going to get, like, when I think of the most recent play that I can think of that really stood out as a massive clip in tournament, I think of Zenith getting, like, 6 on the one game in the 20XX League.
20XX,
yeah. Which that play doesn't happen that quickly without the enemy team having tactical error, right? You don't just happen to come away with 6 within the span of, 10 seconds, right? At least not typically. So whether or not it would be more interesting to watch, I think is probably a study and a question for psychology academics rather than it is for some armchair Splatoon coach who has been retired and not paying attention for a while.
You got your master's. Have you graduated yet with that?
Yeah. I graduated last spring with my master's in sport management.
Not psychoanalysis.
Not sports psychology. Yeah, correct.
Fair enough. Well, let me ask you this question. If we as a community, and I just like poking this bear, if we as the community just said you can't use soda in tournaments.
Oh, here we go.
Would you care? Do you think anybody would care?
So here's my argument, Popgun. There is never going to be a Nintendo-sponsored event that bans weapons.
Oh, well, there's never going to be a Nintendo-sponsored event that's going to ban Shipyard Clam Blitz. We don't care. And if you're in South America, you don't even know when a Nintendo-sponsored event is.
That's true.
Or excuse me, south of Mexico. Apparently Central America qualifies in that. But yes,
I mean,
I get that point. But
yeah,
this isn't a Nintendo event. This is Proving Grounds. I mean, Nintendo doesn't have I Miss Go Offense play in it.
They could. They could. I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't think you're going to get everyone to agree anytime soon. Because there are going to be some people that want to play the game the way that the game is intended, which isn't it's intended with all of these things. I think in a team setting, it's harder to accurately claim that one specific strategy is overpowered to the point of necessitating a restriction or ban.
Well, it also, it's not lost on me as the game is getting started here and we do see the edits coming out instead of the pencil, that you get rid of one thing and then something else just as annoying pops up.
Yeah, it's like
as an
whack-a-mole.
unintended thing. Also, this team that I believe the team that has, I'm not even going to try it.
I don't even. Well, how are you? This is worse than playing as Irish wristwatches. Okay, actual pickup from a LAN. Thank you, Hitzel.
So that's,
how am I even supposed to start?
So Punchy is the player that is on the team that is unpronounceable. So, and I'm not going to call this team Frutella, but we can call this the Punchy Fan Club, which I think is fair enough.
Yeah.
But at the rate this is going, by the way, Ellie's going to be thrilled at the map we're playing at right now. But we might not get the chance of calling them much anything if this set continues on like this. I think, are the colors right? I think Punchy is on, Punchy is on
you're correct.
The orange, Punchy is
orange.
Golly. It is.
You know what? Let's just go to the next game. I mean,
Yes.
at this point, that's
I
enough.
think we're gonna do just that.
That's enough. But
Yes, the colors are correct now. Team Punchy is about to win this, unless the Sploosh player has anything to say about it, which they don't. GG's got next. God.
Is it past your bedtime too, Popgun?
I don't get it. Okay, so Popgun Jr. gets naps every day.
Yeah.
I don't.
Right.
Do you know what they say? Well, they say a lot of things as part of like when you get a kid, all these classes and whatnot, and they're like, when the kid sleeps, you sleep, and it's like, no, that's not how that works at all. Like when the kid sleeps, like I just lay there with my eyes open and just think about like my life choices that have brought me to this moment, and then the kid wakes up, and then I go to sleep. No, okay, but we got it right. Punchy Fan Club won that game.
Also, we have been given permission by Punchy to call them Frutella.
Where? Oh, I see.
Yeah. Right. So they are now Frutella, and you should enter the team name as you wish to be called on broadcast.
Oh my gosh.
Grumble, grumble.
In Low Ink, it was won by a team that signed up as their name is like Goober Dash originally, and they signed up as the Dash Before Time #3, and then like a long subtext like the Great Gooberine or something like that. So they got to grand finals. They go to help desk and they said, "Can you guys just change your name to Goober Dash?" And I was like, "No! You made this bet. You have to lie in it." And they won the tournament with that name, so they're stuck forever.
Well, so the tournament winners are no longer of the extremely prestigious Low Ink, are now whatever their team name in that one was, rather than Goober Dash. So
Yes, exactly.
lessons, folks, lessons you only learn by signing up for Low Ink.
By the way, I miss Go Offense. If there was like a Goober Dash, when you say the words Goober and Dash, the comp you probably think of would be Sploosh, Nautilus, Edit. It's specifically more the Sploosh. By the way, Jeff might be the only / best Sploosh player on planet Earth. That's not in your solo queue.
This actually feels like an incredibly good Rainmaker comp. I think that's pretty mobile, has a lot of pace, especially with the rise of big bubbler as of late. Like, that actually checks out for the most part. So, there you go. Living up to the team name.
Yes. As well, they miss offense or Go Offense is what they did. Okay, so I miss Go Offense, in control of the zone. There's Sploosh players coming back online. Edit is building up the cooler. Coming out here, they have splash out here. K-Bot, is now your turn to talk.
Oh, is it?
Hot potato, Mike. Let's go.
Hot potato, crap tank. Out immediately, pops the explosive shot and takes care of that. Now, shutting down this big bubbler. We see the Kraken forward, and that escorts at least a little bit onto the zone, but even still, gonna continue to get covered in blue. And now this blaster is out on its own. Punchy jumps in and is immediately going to get taken down. And MSGO offense still has control of the zone, and still rather convincingly. Here comes the blaster, dropping back down on the right side, able to pick up one, but again, can they escort the rest of their team to get into the zone and cap it? Not with this big bubbler in the way. Here comes the Kraken once more, trying to lunge forward, but it is getting persuaded away, at least for a moment's notice. Now it's going to get taken down altogether, as it looks like finally the team's able to make a play happen towards the front side. 2 down, now 3 down. Beautifully done to finally find a way to break in.
The range blaster with the Kraken has been added to the game. I think this is the last round of weapons that got added. And when it did, I was kind of expecting more people to use it. Now, we do see it used somewhat. I mean, you just need a pencil, and in most of the time, you just need like a splatter shot to go along with it, and then you can use whatever 2 weapons you want to use. But when you have players who are really good at it, and are good not just at hitting directs, but just landing 2 indirects or combining it with somebody else, or we've seen this range blaster go off on their own several times as well and be effective with that thing. I'm just kind of genuinely surprised we haven't seen more use out of it, and we might see more of it because Punchy Fan Club is moving on to the next round.
You know, the thing with the range blaster discussion, because this is something that in the 20XX League we had talked about, alluded to, and was somewhat of a point of conversation, was which blaster do you use? I think it kind of depends. Apparently a lot of high-level players opted to use the vanilla, not so much for any reason other than having a second ink tank by throwing out that wave breaker.
Oh, just kind of, yeah, because like that always confused me, because it's like the wave breakers.
No, it's not for the wave breaker.
Yeah,
genuinely, they couldn't care less. If it was a non-special and it just refilled your ink tank, they probably would be just as happy. But I guess they probably value the ability to keep having that extended range and ship damage from that range by throwing on the wave breaker. You're still part of the team. You haven't gone anywhere. Whereas the Kraken has a much different use case, I feel like. The Kraken is more of a panic button, right? As we're full circle, baby. We didn't like panic button specials in Splatoon 1, and yet here's the bloody special again, still in the game.
At least it's not frame 1 activation, though.
Yeah, perhaps true, but even still, you get caught out because you're on a, individual basis, and now suddenly you pop this thing, and you can kind of just do whatever you want, whether that's get away, punish the opposing players for even daring to assume that they could pick off the stray range blaster that's on the far side and enemying. Like, in my mind, that seems like a more valuable use case, maybe especially for lower level teams where maybe some of that coordination is, you're not able to get all the way there yet, right? And I think there's a world where I think the custom is probably just better in most cases. I will say I was a proponent of the vanilla for the bubbler, vanilla blaster for the bubbler. For the couple teams that opted to use that, because I thought that setting up the bubble was something that allowed the rest of the team to actually get escorted into a better position. If you're running a bunch of short-range weapons, like a 52 or something, it can now play off of the bubble, and that can help extend your effective area. But what do I know? I'm just sitting here yapping.
Well, yeah, I think the only player that comes to my mind who uses the non-range blaster, just the blaster would be Lin.
Yeah.
And maybe there's like some few others that will do some niche things. Even Lynn will sometimes use the splashdown one as opposed to the bubbler variant. But yeah, and bubbler just in general, it's like Nintendo's trying to force it to be meta, and maybe Japan has picked it up, but we haven't really seen it a lot. I mean, we saw Junior earlier in this block. Actually, we just saw Junior in the last game that we just saw. But we just, I don't know. I feel like either we're not seeing as much Zuka spam as before, or players just aren't really like used to playing around a bubbler or something. But we just haven't really seen a lot of it in general.
So the bubbler does not work in a vacuum. Like you pop it when you're the only person around. Yeah, like an ink pop.
Yeah.
You pop it and nobody's around, it's not really going to do much of anything, right? It's just going to sit there and maybe allow you to stand there for a little while, and depending on your weapon, maybe it gives you slightly better odds of living if there's some threat from afar. But where I find it most beneficial is in a pairing with something like, say, the Neo Splash. Because now, all of a sudden, the Neo Splash sits on the back lines, charges up strikes, it throws strikes down. The blaster runs through the strikes, being obscured in vision, so you can't tell what's going on, and then sets up this bubbler at a good location so that now sight lines onto other places where the Neo Splash and maybe your 52 gal or whatever, wherever those weapons are, they're now at least somewhat protected from direct line of fire, and they can move into the bubble, and then perhaps beyond that as a result, and of course your pencil or whatever can come in. That was what I thought the overall plan of Henlo Fan Club was going to be in the 20XX League, and then they just decided to stray away from that for whatever reason. I still do not know. But that's where I found the most effective use case and the best way to set that up in general. And in fact, you saw it as Metro switched over to playing more roller with Atomic. That bubbler came out and did very similar things there, where now you're setting this up, enabling the rest of the team to be escorted in after you get that one player into position in the first place.
Well, kind of like what you were saying, how Metro got everybody into position was Zenith throwing those ink strikes right off the bat in like a particular way, and then all of a sudden you got a roller and Goss right up in your face. But this is Punchy Fan Club taking on Dreams from yesterday. We're back here, and they're still an E-Leader, still using the same exact comp they were before. E-Leader with a couple of melee-ish kind of weapons, and, well, you got to do Soda, so you stick on the ends up to make this work. Blaster is gone, though. We just streamed this map, particularly, and the Blaster was on the Punchy Fan Club, right?
I think that's correct. Or we just wasted the past, 3 minutes of talking about Blaster just to not see it again.
That's fine. I'm fine with wasting time. As long as the clock is ticking, good things are happening.
But yeah, I mean, I think the other thing with this composition and something without the Blaster is that it's a little more mobile, right? Very much faster weapons that can play around each other a little more quickly, and you've got the option of those strikes to enable something like a brush to move forward. Now, that brush is unfortunately going to get taken down, and now we might see something else happen here as, brush comes in on the far side as well. It almost picks off the Sniper Rider player here, but the Cooler is able to come out, and Punchy's squad here is going to continue rolling in, although the brush is going to get a 2 down on that side before taking away their own lives. And now the Cooler goes down on the other side of the pitch, but oh no, trades back and forth keep happening. Punchy coming away with a couple there, and looks like they're going to keep rolling in and taking care of business. Look at just how far forward they are right now, and this is exactly where you want to be to play up.
By the way, if you're taking advantage of the fact that predictions are still going on, don't just auto-assume the Punchy Fan Club's going to win this one. Yeah, the penalty points are gone. Yeah, they're pushed up in the enemy base. Yeah, they're getting a lot of splats. They're getting specials. That hammer's going to be dead. But you don't know what's going to happen. Maybe this tin zap could. Don't make predictions now. It's too late. Have integrity.
You don't know what's going to happen in game 2 is what you were going to say, Popcorn. Right?
Exactly. You don't know how the set's going to play out.
Right.
Come on now.
Yeah.
It's the best of 3. Anything can happen.
Is this best of 3 or best of 5?
This is best of 3. This is the losers bracket.
Even
you
losers
could make it
finals
best
is
of
best
5. Yeah, grands will be best of 5, but
Yeah.
losers finals, for the sake of speed and for the sake of you're a loser, so this is your punishment. We made it best of 3.
That is brutal.
It's losers bracket. It's not lower bracket. It's not
Lower.
redemption bracket. You are a loser.
You are a loser.
Loser. And then if you get to a bracket reset, everybody's a loser. And the tournament
Yeah.
should be over at that point. I don't know why we play a bracket reset.
Yeah, we call it
But-
double elimination, Pop Gun.
That's
You have to
true.
lose twice.
Yes, that is fair.
Yeah, that is the name of the game.
Yes, that is the
Uh,
most popular format in competitive Splatoon.
Grumble,
with
grumble.
anybody who's banned from Lowing.
Grumble, grumble. Except the league format, when you have teams at your level.
Yeah, league format is just the group stage and the top cut and all that. That's fun.
Yeah, right.
The Looty,
Yeah.
the classic. Team
Splatzone's on
Punchy.
humpback.
Team Punchy has Splatoon something. Another example of you can't just do the same Splatoon maps over and over if you're going to do a Splatoon tournament. So, I mean, we saw Hammerhead earlier, and one of the Lowing staff or the IPL head TOs seems to think that's viable for competitive. So,
Huh?
yeah. I
Okay.
I remember when
Yep.
FT Win used to use double PG Aerospray on this map and just booyah bomb till the day till the cows came home on that one.
That was a
But-
fun meta.
Ink strikes are
God.
pretty good here too.
Yeah, and we'll see them opted for at least once. Yeah, but, yeah, we've had a lot of weird metas. You can say what you want about coolers. At least it's not something completely obnoxious like just booyah bombs continuing to get thrown on top of the zone.
Well,
It was
this map
only
in
for like 2
particular-
weeks. It was only for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then Caveman discovered missiles. And then it changed, it revolutionized Splat Zone's humpback forever.
No.
Let's see here. Okay, so dreams from yesterday. Desperately trying to stay alive with this. Finally coming off the E-leader. I think kind of recognizing maybe not for this map in particular. I mean, they've been kind of holding steady on that particular weapon all along, but this map, it's Splatoon 2 or 3, has always kind of begged you to have a specific comp just for it, and even if it means getting rid of E-leader. The good news is the pencil's going to paint a whole heck of a lot more than the E-leader. 5
Yeah.
charges actually outpaints just one.
The other thing too is we were talking about the E-leader being very slow. You don't have a lot of coverage left or right when you're E-leader, right? And on this map where things are very, like, much more open, in terms of that left or right presence, you don't have a lot of like solid choke points where you can just stare and expect someone to pop out and you can just immediately get them, right? Instead, you have a higher likelihood of missing a shot or not being aimed quite right to be able to get the flick or something like that on the player, and that means you're going to be a sitting duck on top of the zone the second that you miss your first shot. So that's the reality of the situation, but I think for a lot of players too, is it just doesn't feel as great here. But even still, even so far, and now we're actually going to see Team in Orange here take the lead. Strikes coming in on top of the zone, and looks like it's going to get taken right back the other way. Snipe Rider backing away, and the Ultra Stam trying to put in some work. It actually holds onto it for at least a little while longer. There's the Splat Bomb, though, comes out, and starting to see the Orange take over.
By the way, since they're using pencil now, that means they already got the soda covered. So this player right here, who's traditionally been using NZAP so far, can switch to this junior. We saw him got a kill with the splat bomb and just popping the bubbler in zone and then automatically saying, no, let's just abandon this altogether. Let's just get out of here because it's getting a little too dicey for us here. So I wonder if it was less of, I don't want to use E-Leader here, and more of, hey, I really want to use Junior here. Can you go to Pencil to get us the soda in the replacement? So far, it's gotten the lead for Dreams of yesterday, but the Punchy Fan Club should be getting rid of their penalty points right now. So the question is, what can Dreams do to get back into control of things? Taking care of a couple of players who are off on their own should be a great way, but still, lead goes over the Punchy Fan Club.
Oh, comes right out of the grab ball and is able to take down the zip casting Mox. Well done by Punchy, but even still not going to be enough for the rest of the team to come back in and take over the zone. Here comes some of those strikes, trying to cap the zone right before the lead switches, and they'll be successful in doing so. Although Quiet Life on the Junior trying to stick around, no, going to be dissuaded from doing that. Frutella comes back forward, maintains their lead for now, and now another 2-down situation. Here comes the Crab Tank as well, continuing to apply pressure, and you can see no effective way to get set up.
So the reason double Booyah Bomb worked is because the way the zone is curved, if you just throw them both the same spot, it almost automatically caps the zone into your favor. Ink Strike kind of does the same exact thing, so even as Punchy Fan Club is starting to push up here and trying to get control of the zone, all they really need to do is build up another set of Ink Strikes, which they have. They have some time to do that. Now, it doesn't come out automatically from the slosher, but as soon as they have that ready to go, they can just kind of spread it out across the zone, auto-cap it back into their favor almost. And now that they got it, they can just kind of hold on to that and make it the GG for the last 20 seconds.
They're looking to do just that. Zipcast comes out and they're looking to maintain some kind of forward presence. Ultra Stamp's going to find one. Looking to find a second. Going to be able to find a trade. Rest of the team's escorted in on the left side. Big Bubbler goes out, and they're able to cap the zone. But just for how while longer, because the rest of the Punchy Fan Club was able to back out away. Their strikes, one misses, goes slightly over top of the zone, and the cap is maintained right now by Dreams from yesterday. One member goes down, the brush is pushed back away, and there's no specials to the name right now of Punchy Fan Club. You're gonna have to build those up pretty quickly and charge right back in as the timer is quickly ticking down, although they lose control of the zone right away because bombs are starting to come out. The Bubbler comes up once again, and Quiet Life is able to hold down the top of the zone. Here comes the Deluge of Blue Ink. Strikes out one more time. There's another 3. Try to paint over top of the zone, but no. As you mentioned, Popgun, it's the strikes that seal it.
So the first wave, there was a Bubbler on the back right or back left side of the zone from what we were looking at. So I think that one that missed was trying to just like find a way over the Bubbler. Obviously on that second time around, there was no Bubbler in the way. So let me just throw some strikes with a little bit of attack on the zone. That's enough to cap it.
As I recall, the capsule for the strike goes through the bubble.
Does it? And like paint through it as well?
I don't know if it paints through it. Though, like, it probably shreds it, if I'd guess. But the capsule you could throw into the bubble for sure.
Do you know what? On this replay right here, they even have the Bubbler.
Yeah,
so it went through it right there, even when it
yeah.
Well, there you go. Strikes are good.
Quite good.
Not just on that map, in Splatoon in general.
In most cases, as a matter of fact, actually. They just require a slightly higher level of coordination.
In most cases, yes. But when it comes down to, hey, we just need to get the win, we're at Humpback, get those strikes. And how quickly they were able to get it back as well when the first set didn't really fall apart. It's like, okay, look, go find some paint. And also credit to the Punchy Fan Club for not overextending. You saw the shark way from the brush, just waiting for somebody to drop down and like make a rush towards the zone, and that never happened. And then the brush ultimately is like, well, I gotta make something. I can't just stay here. I gotta try to get up into somebody's face, and then they got splatted as well. So expertly played by the team who wins literally every single Dapple production tournament. Like they've won. I'm gonna look this up because I get the little thing here. How many paddling pools? Punchy has won 11 paddling pools and 9 Triton Cups as an individual player. That's 20 tournaments from Apple Productions that they've won.
So the current grinder, right now, just continues to churn out tournament victory after tournament victory.
Apple Productions has a specific badge if you've won 10 of their tournaments, and they have that.
I wonder how many people have that.
I
feel like there's a
pretty much
surprising
all of
number.
Frutella does. Yeah,
I was
it's not
looking
like-
at that the other day, by the way. What, paddling pool is at like 240 some now?
Oh, they're closing in on 300.
Yeah.
Squid Junction's closing in on 100. I think they still got like another 20 or so to go, but yeah, they're... So paddling pool has been around since 2019. Like the beginning of 2019. And Low Ink started at the end of 2018. Now, those were like challenge, and there were like 4 people playing in it. But yeah, like paddling pool, and they don't miss a week either. Like I've made this joke before. There, at some point in the distant future, when humanity has been erased from the planet, and then like billions of years later, when like evolution or whatever, like life takes form back on planet Earth after it fixes itself from all the damage we've put on from it. Whatever the next Wednesday is when life returns, I guarantee you there'll be a paddling pool available for that new life form to play in. And I think it's fair to say that.
How meta would it be? Because it'll probably be a giant flood that wipes up all of the humanity.
I don't know. Let's start a prediction in chat. What do you think is going to cause the end of the world? Are
Your
you making a
options are
Splatoon
zombies,
reference?
flood.
Your-
Yes, I am making
Yeah.
a Splatoon reference. Flood. What else we got? Greed, aliens. What else?
I don't know.
I don't even know
There's-
what else.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways. Asteroids.
That's true.
By the way, slightly off topic. Actually, no, completely off.
We're definitely on topic right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Halloween is coming up.
Yeah.
Are you excited for Halloween? You got any Halloween plans?
I do not have many Halloween plans. My program is doing a little Halloween social that I may or may not end up going to, because it's mostly for the students. It's not for the full-time person that's overseeing the program. The big Halloween plan is every year my partner does a trip to Six Flags with her family, and so this was my first year going on that trip.
They do like something Halloween specific at Six Flags?
Yeah, it's like the Fright Fest. They make these haunted houses, and you can go to each of the haunted houses or whatever. Which were fine. The haunted houses and roller coasters are not quite my thing. But I bring this up now because I made the erroneous decision to be Waldo because I thought that was a fun costume. And over the course of the hour and a half or 2 hours we were there, 50 people were like, "Oh, found him! There's Waldo! Found him!" Over 50. I counted.
Well, that's kind of on you for not being good enough at
It
hiding.
is. Well, that is true. There weren't that many people there. I mean, well, there were, but there weren't, you know.
Did you ever had a Where's Waldo book?
Oh, yeah. I'm
Like the physical copy of those things?
Yep.
It was always very hard to actually find Waldo in those things.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
was.
is the point. I remember playing the Where's Waldo video game on NES. Like
There was
renting
a
that from
Where's Waldo's
Blockbuster.
video game.
Yeah, on NES.
Wow.
You take a guess at what you do in the game and how fun it is. But I mean, back in the day,
About
it
as fun
wasn't
as the
big.
book, I imagine.
Well, yeah, the book's actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
like as fun as a
Also,
book.
a lot of the art in the books was so good. And the different environments they had. and just the different like color choices and crazy things that are happening. Like you could also find all of the other, like in addition to obviously finding Waldo, there's like Waldo's whole like family and friends that you could find, and all the other little events that are happening. Now I wish I had a Waldo book right now that I could just go look for.
Unfortunately, you're stuck watching competitive Splatoon instead.
Yeah. Oh well.
Snooze taking on the Punchy Fan Club. How did Team Punch? How did they end up in losers bracket? Who knocked them out? It was actually Dreams from yesterday who 3-0'd them in the winner's side, so they just got revenge on that team. So Snooze and the Punchy Fan Club have yet to play each other in this event. If Snooze wins 3-0, we are done. If the Punchy Fan Club wins this one, we are moving on to a bracket reset. We're going to be taking game 1 here at Mahi Resort.
Well, to be clear, Snooze could also win 3-2, and we would also be on.
Well, yeah, but you know, I guess they could do that. Hey, there's no soda on the side of Snooze.
Whoa! We're going to talk about actually interesting things. I wonder if that was an error or if that was an actual decision. I feel like they didn't even opt for a lot more range or anything either.
They're just using the different pencil, yeah. Like they're actively deciding I would rather have rain versus the soda right here, which so be it.
Yeah. Go on the walls.
Yes.
Which, like, could actually be worthwhile, especially if you're trying to get your Neo in other solid positions, just like the sword. But even still, right, like, you met with the Crab Ticket on the other side, the CRB on the other side is going to provide a decent bit of chip damage and range away, and you see already doing just that as Rutella is able to come away with the first solid hold. Here comes another Crab Tank in just a moment. You have to imagine. Punch will go ahead and pop that. For the Sniper Rider on this side, but actually go down on that right side. And looks like the cap comes through for Snooze. How long that cap will be for, we'll have to wait and see as Punchy comes up with 2 while 2 of their teammates go down, and now the last 2 find Punchy. And yeah, it looks like cap going right back. Penalties on both sides.
Yeah, I didn't really get what the purpose behind that crab was. Was it just trying to like funnel people down to the right side? It didn't seem to accomplish much, but then you just realize, oh wait, I can just use the rest of this kit as well once this crab is done. Start getting some more splats. They lose control of zone, but still nice play altogether by the Splash to stay alive and make something out of nothing, as they say. But now, can there be a way for Snooze to get back to control of this zone? They're going to have to start throwing their strikes on top of it with a nice job of this player. I think this is P, yet again with the Gal, doing a good job of absorbing a lot of shots to make sure that those strikes land cleanly across the zone. However, Team Punchy caps it in.
So close to coming away with something, even just their own lives, what they even don't. Taken down all the same, and you see Rutella cap the zones once again. They'll about to have a couple more specials, and I imagine that this CRB will wait for the opportune time to pop this Kraken the second that some of these members of Snooze actually drop in. But actually, no, just going to get taken down. 3-down situation just like that. And back on top is Snooze, but they cannot rest on their laurels here as the zone's been taken out from under them multiple times.
This is the first time they've actually had a legit control of zone, too. All the penalty points already gone because they didn't have much to work with there. But that Zipcaster getting erased before it could get anything going, and now you're going to get the pencil set up along this right side. Harshy, look out behind you. There's a blue pencil attacking you. The rest of their teammates coming in to help defend, but the zone does go back. So that might have been Snooze's best chance to get control of the lead. They did add a lot of points, but now they got a ton of penalties that they got to chew through. But regardless of that, 145 left on the clock, and I was about to say if this Gal can get going, because they've been playing great. He's got a race right there.
Immediately taken down, and I feel like the non-cooler has helped a lot here. Obviously, you see what they're going for, right? You're trying to set up in multiple places, but even still, not fully successful as of yet. Starting to claw this one back, though, and now might be able to hold on as the penalty has expired, and they might take a lead. In fact, they will. Here comes the Kraken from that blaster as the pencil goes down, and the rest of the members get pushed on back away, although Reiki and Zero both stepping to that left side, teaming up and get at least one for the road, maybe two, actually able to find two. Reiki now popping the Zipcast, looking to try to just stay alive for a little while longer. Dives right back in, tries to get taken something, and will finally get taken down, but has bought enough time for the rest of their team to step on back in, and in fact, Snooze still has control of the zone. Time is quickly ticking down.
Yeah, a good distraction, if anything, from that Zipcast. It looked like that player was about to go overboard as well, so the Zipcast keep them in the fight and absorbing shots away from things. It's now Snooze looking to close this one out. They don't have a lot of penalty points left, and as long as Harshy can stay up top here, providing the defense of everybody else, should find a way to at least, even if they lose control of zone here because of the strikes, could find a way to get it right back in the course of the game. The Kraken being used here, trying to chase some players out, not going to be on the zone. And now, Punchy Fan Club just has to cap it before we go to overtime, which is what they are going to do. 2 players down from Snooze. One player left alive. How did you? Okay,
Oh, no.
That was a little janky there, but it ended up working out being a trade. If this splat could land onto the crab, that would be huge for them. Instead, they're going to take care of the blaster, but now they got to put some paint on the zone immediately, stalling just long enough for the strikes to come out, but the strikes are not enough, and the rain's a little bit late. Punchy Fan Club takes game 1.
So close was that game, all the way down to the wire. Just takes one solid push to get right back into it, as Snooze proved, but wasn't enough at the very end, and their opponents in Frutella will take this first game away from them. How about the creativity in terms of some of the plays that we saw where members were dropping back? We saw the Zipcast staying alive, then diving back in. I think similar idea was probably tried there. And overall, right, like, a lot of members on both teams had creative ways moving around the map, trying to just cause the element of surprise to play a factor, and in fact were successful in a lot of cases. So we'll see. Of course, I think next one, probably a more familiar map this time.
Yeah, splat zones at Hagglefish. You might see that soda come back out here for this one. But to the credit for the players knowing they don't have soda, it does adjust your playstyle, knowing like, okay, well, I have to actually get the most maximum value out of this current life that I have, which we all should do. That it's a good lesson for like living through being a human in general. But you saw that constantly, like not getting splatted so quickly, or just going to the edge and using specials and staying alive as long as possible. To at least, even if I don't get a splat, I'm at least drawing attention for the rest of my teammates to capitalize on something. So, almost getting the win without soda. But now going to Hagglefish, splat zones. It's about controlling the alleyways, making sure you keep the fight in front of you. You don't have to split your attention across the ways, finding ways to get your pencil player pushed up to mid so they're not just stuck guarding all the areas on the canopy so they can activate with the rest of your teammates. Punchy trying to force the bracket resets. 1 game down, 2 more to go.
They're well on their way, and we'll see whether or not they can pick up another one in just a moment as we get underway on a Hagglefish market. One thing, of course, we've seen E-leaders pop up here or there, and rather open, straightforward map where E-leader range can actually play a significant role, but doesn't feel like we'll see them. No, indeed. The traditional pencils on either side will be the options selected as we get underway here, and relatively, comps we'd probably expect, although Punchy's sticking with this vanilla splash, still in the crab tank, of course. Special weapon we've seen played many a time, and especially on this map where we talk about these more open environments where that range can play a role. Having that grab tank almost acts like your second anchor, especially in a world where your first anchor is only a sniper.
And you don't have any Zukas to deal with either. When you know those things are out of the way, it's like, okay, we can kind of get back to when this game first started, and I can just kind of dominate with it. I questioned that first tank that they use because they probably should have known that strikes were going to be coming out very quickly anyways, just because of the comp that they're going up against. But yeah, now that things kind of settled, you can probably see that Crab start to push up and start to activate with the rest of their teammates, knowing they don't have the, other than the Ink Strikes, they don't have the Zuka to worry about.
Now charging forward is Frutella again. They are making their presence known here quite a bit, especially with this Slosher going all the way forward. Has the strikes as well. Will jump away and utilize these strikes to push the oncoming threat from Snooze around. It actually 2-down situation. It looks like some of them got trapped out in those strikes, and that'll procrastinate this push from Snooze as they are continuing to hold back and can't find a way forward. Another cooler comes out here of Frutella, and again, they're holding pretty strong here, and still those specials, finally a zip cast, but it just got taken down. Very few specials come online for Snooze, and this could be another game going over to Frutella pretty quick.
F1's going to be locating that splash, which they do, so eliminating them. They did throw out the Ink Strikes, but I don't think they got all of them out, or at least in the areas they wanted them specifically to be. Do they have enough players left alive just to pencil in the slosh to keep zone? They do not, but still, Snooze is very lucky to still be in this one. Puncher Fan Club with a great lockout that they forced right there. On the flip side, though, Snooze, more than half the time still to work with, all the penalty points gone. You got your pencil player activated, starting to push up. You just got to avoid this crap right here. You might have a good situation to start chipping away at this lead.
Popgun, I will say, while you might not think there are a Zuka for this crab tank, there are still a decent number of other counters for it. Suction Bomb, notably, the strikes, as we mentioned before, and the Splatoon Stamper has a quite high object damage ratio for its primary weapon alone. So we saw once or twice they are able to take out the crab tank and immediately start moving forward. So there are avenues where Snooze can counter that crab tank, counter some of the range that's been coming out. They're looking to do that and make those adjustments as now it comes up with a double, immediately gets taken down for it, but it's going to be the lead here even for Snooze. Will they find the knockout here? Paint coming forward on top of the zone. Both teams trying everything in their power, but no, they won't find the knockout. Frutella will find the cap.
What a great game we have right now. It's still kind of a question because we got a minute 40 left to go. It's basically just comes down to penalty points at this point. And winning, man, what a great scrap that was in mid. You saw some players doing some flanks, but they were expertly shut down. And when the dust settles, Snooze is back in control of this thing. They've already had one push go the distance, and they don't have to do that same exact one to get lead right here between specials built up Killer Whale and Ink Strike coming out at the same exact time, as well as Zipcasters. So they're throwing everything at the offensive here, trying to prevent Punchy Fan Club from getting back into control of the zone. Two players going down from the Zipcast before they get eliminated right here. And Kraken should clean this one back up. So with a minute left to go, the team that is currently losing has control of the zone.
Another 3-for-2 trade in a massive team fight that continues to balance on a knife's edge. This time slightly swinging back over to Frutella's there once again on the disadvantaged side of Grand Finals. We'll need both this set win and the next in order to take the tournament. Even still, those strikes coming out from the top of the zone. More strikes continue here for Frutella. Another couple get taken down and toe the bucket. Well done. Able to come up with two, and now it's all Frutella here. 3-down situation as they charge forward. And it looks like they're going to set up shop right up here. Again, has another opportunity to get back. No, couldn't quite find the jump away that time. And a quick punish from Snooze. Now, will they be able to cap the zone here? Will overtime be forced? They actually might not even come down to it. But now the strikes come out. They cap the zone. That might be game. Casanova tries to get the paint down, but no. The Sprinkler is able to hold on for just long enough. And it's a game either direction here in Grant.
It was all for naught, but it was still a pretty impressive play by the Slosher player to use those Ink Strikes. You talked about before using the strikes to activate the rest of your teammates. They kind of used it as like a ninja throwing down a smoke screen for themselves and just when the dust settled, oh, here I am. You guys weren't expecting me. I'm just going to splat both of you and start pushing up right here. But still, good job by Snooze of A, getting rid of the slosher right there, and then collapsing on top of the zone. The benefit of having such a huge lead is that you don't have to panic and rush these things. You can just take out a couple of players, and when you have more painting weapons than the enemy team, you can just close out the game.
And again, as the game goes on for longer, you find the ways to adjust to whatever was coming out from the other team, right? The grab tank obviously is going to take some adjustment. It's not a weapon that currently gets played a lot in competitive Splatoon, but it can still be a potent weapon if you're not paying attention and not carefully considering what can actually take it out and apply pressure to that grab tank, especially again in meta right now where you're not seeing all of the chargers all of the time. Typically a grab tank, if it comes out, might be the longest range thing, especially in a tournament so far where we haven't seen a lot of Zukas either. So adapting around that is going to be critical as we keep going. It seems like Snooze is starting to adjust to where that is coming from. We'll see whether or not they make any other adjustments. Doesn't look like that's the case, and compositions will remain the same as we head into Game 3.
There's Stoppa coming back out with that blaster we were talking about earlier. Finally, the conversation we have is going to pay off right here. The question is, though, who's going to get the most strikes and who's going to throw them on the zone more? I think the splash is going to outpace the slosher, but still, the slosher really works out well in this pumpy map of pump track. You taking advantage of the harshness of the shots. And yeah, I see a blaster. Let's just dogpile on it and trade.
And to that end, the one thing that you might need to be careful of here is the independence of those weapons, right? The slosher is a little bit more independent, perhaps, in its ability to paint its own feet and try to find ways to get away. Meanwhile, that custom range blaster, not so much unless it's got that Kraken at the ready, right? So whether or not those two will actually link up and try to take fights together as teams, especially around some of those angles poking at the opponent's side of the map, we'll have to see, but you have to imagine something like the Stamper will also be just as successful as now Punchy. Flanking Crab Tank comes out of this far side, catches some members by surprise, and the Kraken will try to escort the rest of the members of Frutella into the zone, and they'll find the cap, at least for a moment, applying a penalty before Punchy actually gets taken down, attempting to retreat.
Hey, we have controlled the zone. I can push up. We can start advancing. Oh, wait, they're throwing literally everything they've ever created in their lives into the zone. All of a sudden, I'm drowning in enemy ink. I guess we didn't have the space that we thought we had. And now Snooze starting to capitalize on the rest of it. Zone in control with Punchy, but here comes the ink strikes yet again. The two players going down. So that's going to keep the zone in control of Punchy Fan Club. They're probably going to get control of the lead here as well with some ink strikes they can use to hold on to things for a little bit longer. The question is, how do you create the lockout right here? Like, you got to start finding ways to get past this pencil, which obviously they cannot do. Two players going down, they have to retreat. It's so difficult for either team to create a legit lockout in this map.
And at the end of the day, it's because they don't have a lot of range, and there's a lot of open avenues, right? Where if you're holding one spot or one side of the map, it's very easy to adjust to the other side of the map and find some kind of opening, as we're seeing these teams do, especially Punchy able to set up a crab tank on the far right side, as we saw earlier. But now you're seeing collapsing on top of the zone, coming from multiple sides. The Snooze is trying to step forward, but now gets taken down and still can't quite find that cap. Cast here at the ready, but probably not going to get used right away until the rest of the team can come in, and actually might be looking for a flank angle now. There's the blaster poking away, but it's going to cause enough distraction for a teammate to come up and find that pick. And here comes the Zipcaster applying pressure towards that pencil. The cooler is chucked, but it's not going down below on this plat, and so that's going to be all the space here for Snooze as they control the zone, and they find a pretty solid hold here. We'll see how long they can keep it up.
That's back-to-back splats they were able to get on the pencil. The first one didn't matter because they had the second one was splatted as they were throwing it out. That is a lot of painting power that is removed. Yeah, they got the soda out, but nicely done from that Zipcaster to get behind the defense and take care of the players that can do the real damage, which is the pencils on this map in particular. 1:20 left to go. Punchy Fan Club back into control of the zone, trying to get rid of the penalty points with this crab from Punchy finally pushed up and finally starting to harass the enemy team in their own base.
Firefight there down in the pit. I actually think it was pretty even, but it favored the side of Frutella just a little bit because it kept the fight away from the zone and kept them forward, enabling someone like Punchy to come in with that grab tank in a different spot. Now they're able to take the lead and they're approaching knockout territory. Snooze realizes it has to throw everything towards the zone that they've got. Here come the strikes. They find the cap and apply the penalty with just a little bit of time left. 2 down now, though, for Frutella. Make it a delayed third in addition. And so Snooze has a lot of map that has just opened up.
What a tug of war this entire set has been up to this point. Both teams seeming like, oh, they finally done enough to get the KO, but then just when you think it, somebody else comes in, they get the right specials onto the zone, they get the right picks at the necessary time. It's still in doubt here, even though the Frutella team does have control of the zone. They beat up the splash, but the same thing we said before. In the splash, actually no, it's going to be the slosher on the side of Frutella that can just kind of throw the strikes out there. But the Neo Splash, which is down, isn't going to have anything to counter with it as well. The Kraken going across the zone, so they're throwing a whole lot. That should do it. There's just not enough left for Snooze to take care of things. It's kind of like the old thought of Clan Blitz. The last team to score is going to be the team that wins. Well, when you have the lead as the clock is ticking down, it just seems like it's too much to cap the zone back into your favor and then hold on to it long enough when all you need to do is just throw the right kind of specials and attack it with the right kind of coordination, which is exactly what Frutella did. 2-1, staring down a bracket reset.
All about setting yourself up for those final moments, really, as you mentioned, right, with either the last Flamin or having the zone at the very end, being able to find that cap. In effect, that's what Splatoon basically is, right? You spend 4 minutes setting yourself up for success in the last minute, and then you try to play it out with whatever you've got at your disposal there. And if it turns out that you've got a pretty sizable lead, then all you need to do is throw a cap down, and a lot easier to execute than anything else. And so, you know, even similar pop gun to Turf War, might I say. Ooh, shudders. Where you're just trying to set yourself up.
I was going to say something about Turf War, and then I was like, no, I want to go off that tangent. But
oh, you think you've caused enough, you've said enough of your takes for the day?
I've said a lot of, well, yeah, I got to save some. And also, like, it's not a new take. Like, I've just reached the point where I got a new audience, so I can just say the same thing, and they're like, "Oh,
is it a new audience? Is it?"
Yeah. Everyone watching this stream of Proving Grounds has never watched competitive Splatoon in their lives. They have no idea what this is.
Yeah, you're right. Clearly,
we got a lot of first timers in chat. We got a lot of. We did have we did have a legit brand new team play in this tournament. They were even kind of like, hey, how do I like they didn't know how to go through this and out. So like I kind of like walked them through it, and I was also like, oh, bless your heart, you picked the wrong tournament to be like your first experience of this thing. This was even in the lower side of the bracket, there were still some pretty solid teams across the way here. It's just the teams that usually win every single tournament we have that isn't a major is just so happens to be the two teams in grand finals here. We're back at Undertow.
Back at Undertow. Going to be an interesting one here. And again, okay. Different iteration here as the NZAP comes out of Snooze with a custom pencil rather than opting for the regular pencil, but still have a cooler and still looking to try to apply some kind of pressure, although this grab tank right now putting in a decent bit of work and a lot of members getting taken down attempting to get up to that grab tank. It looks like Frutella is going to be able to find their first hold of this game, although Kraken doesn't quite get off, and Snooze looking to collapse right back on top.
Going back to the red pencil as well, just being able to throw down rain and attack both zones roughly at the same time is just such a beneficial special, especially the slow way it moves. It's a great way to kind of work in with the rest of your teammates. But instead of going sodaless, They did, like, look, I know you don't like using NZAP, but we need soda, so you're going to have to use NZAP. It's like, all right, fine, well, I'll do it. I'll do what it takes to help get this win, because we don't want to get a bracket reset against a team like this. He's going to have a lot of momentum and a lot of hype going into it. Did that player just jump in from a tree, just right into the middle of the map? It looks like they did, and is now going to punish some players for not getting the splat on them earlier.
Now finds a second, doesn't get the zip cast off in time. Punchy will be able to collapse on it, but now the rest of the team knows exactly where Punchy is, and that's a 3-down situation for Frutella. So expect to see the lead flip back for Snooze, but the question is, will they be able to extend it by very much? Of course, they don't have a lot of space to their name right now, or at least a lot of specials. And now 52 Gal comes out with its Kraken Whale. Kraken comes forward here as well, but there is the strikes on top of the zone, trying to neutralize them and flip this one right on back around. But still, Frutella goes 2 down. Now their blaster is the 3rd one eliminated, and Snooze is going to keep holding on.
Another great opportunity here for this Zipcaster. It turns out, though, when you get the splat on the first player, the rest of the teammates in BC are like, hey, here comes the Zipcaster, and everybody can just turn and eliminate it right there. But again, it's the keep the fight away from the zone mentality, because it's so hard to put points down on this one. Snooze might have the winning lead that they need, even though we're crossing the halfway mark right here, just because it's so hard for anybody to take care of business. You have to keep everyone away from both zones, which you have a lot of specials going. Your penalty points are gone. You got Crab, you got Kraken. You could literally have like Godzilla and King Kong going off at the same time with the specials you have here. But can they keep them away from one of those zones that could just stall out instantly? It looks like the answer so far is yes. That soda's coming out a little late. Only 2 people are going to get it.
2 people are going to get it. One gets taken down almost immediately, and suddenly Frutella sets themselves up pretty well here. Once again, keeping the fight away. You talk about it. Now poking with the blaster. Slosher was contributing as well. They have to be careful of this far right side. Kiki taken down right now, and now 5 ticks left to go, and then we'll be able to find the lead. The lead won't hold. Will they be able to find the knockout here, though? It looks like one member goes down, and Pink Ink is going to start to come on top of the zone. Here comes the Ink Storm as well to try to get just a little bit extra to find the cap on both, and they will find it, apply that penalty, and keep this one at a deadlock.
Frutella picked the best time to start winning every single one of their fights. I don't think any one of their players lost the fight, or at least it wasn't a trade or they had soda in them. Snooze didn't have a good soda rhythm, like they were getting splattered without any kind of, without the soda that they could work with, so those just getting really punished on top of that. So nicely done by Frutella to start picking up the, to lock in, as they say. But now look at this. All their penalty points are roughly gone right now. It's Snooze that's in control of things. The Zipcaster able to take care of the blaster. And it's going to be difficult to cap both zones. You're going to have to get some splats right there. There's one. There's 2 from the Slosher who's stepping up. Getting those 2 splats might have just forced the bracket reset.
Now just a couple more seconds to hold on. They've got about 30 now to just hold on to these zones, prevent Snooze from capping both, and they'll send us to that extra set. 20 seconds now left. Here comes the Ink Storm. Couple of bombs thrown towards the near zone. There's the deluge that they were expecting, and one member is taken out by it. Punchy pops the crab tank, now looking for the Snipe Rider, but no, both zones are capped. And maybe an opportunity here for Snooze, but one player has to jump away. It's still 2 down, though, for Frutella, and it is going to force overtime. Snooze now starting to lurk forward. Have to be careful, this 52 gal. Sharking, waiting for the time to strike. Now will pop out, find one, looking for a second, gets Punchy before getting taken down. Here comes the other member spawning back in, and we're starting to see Frutella try to move forward, but one member gets zoned away by the scamper of Ricky. 2 down situation now, jumps coming in on top of the zone. 3 down now for Snooze, and it is going to be Frutella capping the zones at the very end. They are going to send us to a bracket reset. How tight was that one, Pop Gun?
That was entertaining. That was splat zones at Undertow. I don't know why we don't play that in every single tournament, to be quite honest with you. That was fun to watch. I mean, it just came down to so many fights going on at the right time. It seems like Snooze was just making the right plays, but it just seemed like as I'm kind of watching the replay back here, how did some of those other players get die? Because like they got that nice double right there, but they ultimately lost the gal. It looks like the pencil got eliminated somewhere along the lines as well, and that just caused this awkward kind of staggering of everybody just jumping into mid and a bar fight breaking out, and just the dust settles. Again, the game goes to the team who had the lead going into overtime, because it's a lot easier to just cap it back than to hold it.
Oh, Popgun, because we're getting to a bracket reset, we get to see your favorite map again.
What?
Hammerhead Bridge.
That's the game? That's game
That
one?
is game 1.
Okay. Look, I don't have... I don't... It's not my favorite map. It's Ellie's
Your favorite is Tower Control Link Blood Arctica.
Yes, which unfortunately is not available in a Splat Zone tournament for some reason. I don't know why that's the case. But you know what? We've limited the map pool so much in other tournaments to where, like, I can't make the joke about Tower Control Art Academy being picked so often now, because it's like, okay, well, you only have like 7 other options to go to anyways, and Rainmaker's vanishing off
only
the
have
face of the earth as well, which so
2 other Tower Control maps,
and we're hopping right into this one. Both teams got a date tonight, and that is cool. So we'll get this one going. Bracket reset. To the person in chat who said, Snooze wins trust. Well, that still is a possibility. They can still win this one. They're just going to have to win 3 here against a Frutella team that is on a mission.
On a mission, they are Zuka spotted. Kiki comes up with it here, and we'll see whether or not that plays much of a role. We did see Punchy still sticking with that craft tank, and of course on this map in particular, where things are incredibly long and there are very few choke points to hold, that range comes into play, and that straightforward shooting comes into play here as well. We'll see how effective that grab thing can be, but it won't be as effective when Punchy gets taken down. Now charging forward again, Kiki almost going up with a third. But that Vital Sniper player is going to jump one away, and Snooze is going to find their first goal.
Yes. I'm just trying to think, because, like, how do you commentate this map? It's just so narrow. It's just, there's only so much you can do. You can dunk around the sides, but yeah, it's just so good Zuka-wise, as you kind of mentioned right there, that there's just so many different spots that you can't really go, because you're just kind of like wide open by the time that you get to it. That's allowing Snooze to create this sort of easy lockout situation that they have going on right here. If I am Punchy Fan Club, how am I going to find a way to break out of this? Well, first one's going to have to be that crab, and the second one's going to have to be this Kraken on the zone, trying to chase the rest of those players away from it, so I can try to find a way to paint over it. But the Kraken is not going to come out, and the crab is not going to be successful, so that should be all the cards that Frutella has to play at this point. That will cost them game 1.
Game 1 down. Easy for Snooze. Had a slight composition adjustment that actually worked out to their favor. I will say, overall, I think the custom range blaster doesn't play a big role there. You think, oh, well, it has a decent bit of range, so you would think that you were able to poke around a couple of things. But I think it looks to me like some of these angles here are a little too tall, especially while you're trying to shoot downward. And it's difficult to try to find some kind of angle to find that extra burst damage, find that extra chip damage. And even then, your teammates can't follow up on it because they're standing on the front lines with you, and they're not able to go in because they're zoned away by the rest of the members of that opposing team. So it felt like there weren't a lot of tools at the disposal for Frutella to get right back in. Of course, we saw... we were talking a lot about the crab tank, but it was countered even more than it was otherwise. Oh, dear goodness, Popgun, never mind. We don't even get a chance to talk about that when the teams want to go. You weren't kidding.
I am all for this. We got other things to do, and I'm all for competitive tournaments. But these things last so long. So let's get into these lobbies. Let's get our weapons. It's not a surprise. We're all playing the same mode. We're all going to use pencil. We know it. Let's go fighting. Nobody's doing the flank this time around. So we're just going to play museum, and we're just going to go at it.
And go at it they will, although teams maybe a little bit afraid to start approaching first. Coolers going down either side. Still, it looks like maybe Frutella starts to be the first one to move forward, but the point-blank Zuka comes out, takes down 2 members there of Frutella, and suddenly Snooze might have the slight advantage, although they've got to play this one a little bit more carefully. They take down the last 2, and that's actually huge, because that is a beautiful stagger of the members of Frutella, and this could be a pretty big push.
Able to get control of zone in the mid, and now you just kind of got to start thinking, how can we funnel them away? Like, we do have to keep an eye on the flank on the left side, but it looks like most of the players are just kind of coming around through that mid area, and you see Bolt and this Stamper trying to find a way to get up there so that they can start harassing the rest of their teammates. But it just seems like Frutella's just kind of bottlenecked down here. Finally, the Blaster is able to find a way around this right side, and we'll see how many players from Snooze respond to it. It seems like a couple come away from the zone to do that. And Punchy trying to follow it up, but now Punchy's just left there by themselves. The crab tank being sliced in half. A little bit of discombobulation. Kiki with a controller malfunction down there. It looks like they seem to have come to a set with that as well. Snooze trying to, yeah, we got bracket reset, but we're the better team, and we're going to show it here.
To your point, feels like Frutella a little bit off the same page, trying to go for a couple more desperation plays because nothing else feels like it's working, especially when a player like Kiki comes up multiple times, pops out this with a random Zuka here or there. It's just that much more difficult to actually get anything going, and the largest thing for desperation here is Punchy dropping in on that flank, trying to pop this crab tank, but there's enemy ink all around you, and it makes it for a very easy time for that Stamper to come right up and take you out. Snooze 2-0 up. We'll go over to Maki, where they were the ones that elected not to run Cooler earlier on this map, correct?
That is correct. Snooze did. And barely lost that one in particular. I'm starting to think just how these last 2 games have gone, if maybe fatigue is starting to set in for Frutella. Yeah. Now, they're very experienced with tournaments, as we talked about. Like, and that's the more tournaments to play, the more tournaments you play deep into grand finals, the more used you are to playing at a certain level. But they've been in losers bracket for a good chunk of time. They have to force this bracket reset versus Snooze, who's been able to get a little bit of rest in between things here. But yeah, when you have one player jumping into another one who's jumping out, that's usually a sign of miscommunication, and miscommunication is usually a sign of fatigue from a team that's been playing as well as they have been up to this point. Harshy going back to the Soda. Kiki's going to be sticking with that the Zuka, which I don't think they used Zuka on this map last time. I could be wrong about that, but still, they do get an opening cap. They don't win the opening fight.
At least as of yet, although I have to imagine these specials going to start coming out at any moment. Looks like Frutella tries to move up on the right side, but they actually get punished for that. 2 down, actually now on both sides of the map as the pencils stay alive and try to fire at one another. Cooler is out, and kind of with that zone covered in green, allow the rest of Frutella to keep moving forward, pushing back these members of Snooze, and well, meanwhile, that timer is ticking down. Where Snooze will opt to make a play next. Might be interesting here, as now already down to 50. Here's the point playing Zuka again, but Kiki gets taken down this time. Not afraid was this Blaster, and comes right back in with the Kraken. Tries to take care of a couple of these other members that drop down behind them, and now has to hide for a second. Gets that Cooler. Even still, Snooze struggling to find a way into this zone and hold on to it for a while.
You kind of talked about the difficulty of Blaster angles on Hammerhead. Well, they definitely know what the angles are on a map like this. I'm sure they played it a whole heck of a lot more, and they're able to get into some good positions right there and help extend the lockout. But we've seen Snooze come back in situations like this before on this map. They don't have a lot of penalty points to go through. They're just really struggling to get any kind of control of mid. And that kind of comes with the benefit of being the team that's in control of the zone when the map actually shows up and you can actually play the game on this map, which so far, Punchy Fan Club Frutella has not surrendered to control of mid, even though they've lost zone.
Stop has been holding strong on that left side. Now even goes back over there yet again to continue poking with this CRB. Forces at least one trade, and Snooze still has the disadvantage coming into this, but they are running out of time to try to come away with this game, as now the wall comes down yet again. He comes up with one, gonna be looking for a second in just a moment, but the Sniper Rider's just out of range. Here comes the rest of the team, and now finally a 3-down situation. Snooze finds the last one, and will be looking to set themselves up here to try to find a more firm hold.
This is their first real legit push. The question is, what is Frutella going to do to respond to it? They got Crab, they got the Ink Strikes ready to go. Are they going to try to just like auto-cap the zone back into things? Or are they going to, before they go overboard, nah, you die by my hands, says Rocky on the Zipcaster right there. His points are starting to dwindle into Snooze's favor and possibly the tournament as well. Kraken and Ink Strikes online from Frutella, ready to go. If combined onto the zone, might do enough to flip it back into their favor and hold on to this lead. Here comes the Killer Whale out in response. There goes Harshy, so their pencil is gone, and they do cap the zone. So nice patience right there. You got a lot of time to work with. Let's wait, build up specials, go in together, and we'll get this one, we'll at least save face for now.
Stoppa holds on just long enough on that right side, allows some of the teammates to come in, help save that play while they were attempting to get that blaster that they thought was just a sitting duck, but in fact was bait all along. And it's going to allow Frutella to continue holding this zone and keep maintaining their lead. They could even potentially go for a knockout here. Snooze has got to play their cards correctly, but already one goes down as Punchy is able to come up with one. It looks like they're going to keep holding on for now. Snooze, 3-down situation. They're in trouble in this game, and it looks like it's going to go to the favor of Frutella. Bolts, which comes up on the right side. One more opportunity, perhaps, but not there in time with Kiki to paint the zone, and we're headed to a game 4.
You know, when you are, as I questioned, is fatigue starting to set in, the best medicine for something like that is to just win. And honestly, I don't know why teams don't just win more. Honestly,
yes.
It's clearly the optimal
True.
strategy for going through a tournament. Ultimately working out right there, giving them a little bit of rejuvenation. Also, having control and having a lead does a lot for you mentally when you're down 2-0 in a grand final bracket reset like this. It's like, okay, we got control. We're settling back in. It took us a while to settle into this set, but now that we got things back into our favor, now we can lock in and try to force a game 5. An epic potential game 5, but right now they got to deal with what is next. Robo Ramen, hey, that's new. It's different.
It is new. Something a little bit new and different for these teams. We'll see what their strategy is here across the board. And I'm wondering, because both these, these maps so far have seemed pretty one-sided, right? Snooze was able to take the first 2 pretty convincingly. Now Frutella takes 3 pretty convincingly. So I'm wondering if it's just a matter of comfort on each individual map, and not only comfort, but also just knowing how the composition plays a little bit better. As I mentioned, maybe the blaster not as confident on Hammerhead, especially when you're trying to shoot downwards. Meanwhile, on Mahi, when in a lot of cases you're in a winning position and you're able to shoot upwards, and have a larger presence on the map because the map is so much smaller, suddenly you're in maybe a better position overall. But anyway, on this one, we got kind of that combination of both, right? You get to maybe approach from the bottom in some cases, but in no small part, you get this long diagonal in the middle where you'll see the tug of war mostly take place. We'll see where this one can go, because I think it has the potential to go both ways, but it might be a matter of, again, whether or not Punching can get this crab tank set up, or whether or not the crab tank can get countered, because that can be quite a presence, I imagine, here.
Potential still tournament ending point. in the favor of Snooze, and they do have the little sleepy, I just noticed the little sleepy tags in their name. This could be a legit team. You don't put that much effort in if you're just a pickup or a project. This is a team. Make a Twitter for your team, make a public Discord, and you're good to go. Let's see. Ink Strikes coming out from both sides. You still got the crab from Punchy. Of course, you're going to have pencils. They're so good on this map. The Zipcasters really have been kind of the key here. Whoa, excuse me. What happened there? We had two players just evaporate. Did he get hit by the Ink Strikes? Is that what got him?
Either way, they get taken down almost instantly, and that's going to be an advantage here. Still have to come on back through, and here comes Snooze trying to reclaim some lost ground, and it looks like they'll be successful in doing so. 3 down the other way as everyone gets taken away. Of course, Bolt gets taken down as well. And still, Snooze able to come on back, and here comes the retake attempt as the Crab Tank and the Strikes are both popped right on top of this zone, and it'll go right on back over to Orange.
Some great zip casts are being used so far in this set, specifically from the side of Snooze whenever they have them ready, just doing a good job of, again, creating the distractions, but also just straight up getting splats with them as well. And right now, Snooze with control of the lead and the penalty points already gone. But then, again, it's the double punch, the Crab and the Kraken, the double monsters just being kind of thrown onto things. Seem to be working out so well in tandem. And the pencil doing a great job of staying alive on that one. That's kind of the key with this map in particular. Try to find a way to get to the enemy pencil because they're kind of tucked away in this little bunker area. Harshy doing a good job. They threw a lot at him right then and right there, but so far hasn't been splatted until we just zoomed in on the player who got the splat on him. So what do I know?
Well, you know, sometimes we can only know so much, Popgun, and that's okay. The great part is you get to admit when you're wrong sometimes, and hey,
sometimes.
There it goes. Sometimes. Not all the time, just sometimes. Beautiful blaster right there. There's another 2-down situation for Snooze. Ink Strikes coming back out on top of the zone this time, though. Well, it'll be enough for Snooze to disengage, but it won't be a lot of paint on the ground in of itself. Soda thrown down, and they might start to push in off of this, but they have to be careful. The Slosher lurking down on the bottom right side, trying to get up there on that left side, and that Slosher is what takes down one player, and so Frutella holds on here even still as we're just past the halfway point to this game. They have the lead, and they have the specials to keep extending it.
And they got the Crab just baiting, like, hey, come fight me. I'm in the defenseless little splash. Oh, wait, no, I got a Crab right here. I'm going to rain down all kind of nonsense to force you to swim through all of this and not get the splat. I thought the gal was going to find a way to make a heck of a play on Punchy right there, but trying to bait them, lure them into the trap of the tank. And again, all of that taking place away from the zone. 10 ticks away from the KO. One more player getting splatted as the Slosher's just trying to stay alive. Gets a nice splat on Bolts, and then comes back to stay alive from the safety of the wall, but then comes the pencil to start poking them around right there, and that buys enough time for the Ink Strikes to come right back out. Man, they still don't get the KO, and with 2 more players going down, Snooze is in a pretty decent position to get set up for the lockout.
In a decent position, but they've got a ways to go as they've almost through their penalty. Whopping 50 is where they stand right now, and they'll hold on to it for at least the second, but here come the strikes out. Killer Whale as well on the opposite side. Kraken starts to lunge forward. Will it come up with anything? As some of the members are jumping over top of the zone, and actually Snooze finds the recap despite Stomp as Kraken going straight through. Looks like Still's caught in an unfortunate position. He forced back on away, and still though, holding on. Here come the bombs though, as the onslaught of oranging for Frutella, but Snooze holds for now, and specials start to get charged up. Here comes that Crab Tank on the top side, gets immediately targeted by those strikes, and now strikes down towards the zone even still. Punchy's Crab runs out, won't be able to escort the team in, and suddenly Frutella might not have the opportunity to get in, but no, Stoppas Kraken lurges through the zone, able to find one, not able to find a second, as one goes down. That's the bucket. 2 down now for Frutella, make it 3, and Snooze does have a penalty applied, so they'll need to hold on to this for even longer. Looks like mission accomplished for Frutella for just a second, but now they've got to come right back to it.
And with the specials they have online, actually they're using ink strikes right now just to make sure they don't even get into position to paint the zone. And that will push things back right there. Snooze trying to end this one, but here finally comes out the ink strikes from the side of Frutella, but this blaster's kind of stuck in the enemy ink. There's nowhere for them to go. 4 players alive still for Snooze, and it seems like it's all falling apart right now. Unless this crab can pull out a miracle, which they cannot, Snooze wakes up and forces this tournament to end before it goes to a game 5.
Picking up their second Proving Grounds victory, according to their Sendo.Inc team page. I did a little research at the very end of that, and they actually have a decent number of accolades in terms of tournaments they've won together, although Team Twitter, I think, was made last night. So you can follow the team on Twitter at snooze_SPL. Congratulations to them for winning Proving Grounds 36. Hey, hats off to Frutella for coming out even with a questionable team name and fighting through the losers bracket to make it right back up here to second place.
You know, Proving Grounds has a deep tradition in history with providing new teams their first opportunity to make a name for themselves. Moonlight's first tournament where they got a win as a team over a year ago was Proving Grounds. Could Snooze become the next Moonlight? Well, we'll find out whenever somebody decides to throw $400 out of their own wallet to make a major. It's not going to be me. Regardless, though, Snooze ends up winning there. A good effort by LDICHjourdSNDIOCNSD, who looked like they were in a good position to force that game 5. Ultimately, just didn't work out into their favor. Zipcast looking pretty strong right there. But regardless, Snooze wins. They won.
They did win.
We all won because we ran a double M tournament that went to a bracket reset and only lasted 4 hours.
That's I mean, hats off to everybody for not snoozing through their matches as they came up in bracket.
Yes.
And we'll say banner weekend for Snooze because I'm pretty sure Glaze Gauntlet 4 was yesterday, no?
Oh, did they win that one?
They got 3rd.
Oh, well, you don't raise banners for, what is this, the NBA in-season tournament now? We're just going to...
Okay, come on. Easy. There were high-level players playing. It was Kyo's tournament, Pop Gun.
Oh, yeah.
For goodness sakes.
I didn't see who all played in that one, but I know the quality to expect from a tournament like that.
Right.
Man, chat is really sad that Snooze won, or that I guess that Frutella didn't win. Hey, life's gonna go on, guys. It's Halloween. We're gonna be fine. You're gonna be all right.
Maybe they're just sad the tournament's over, Pop Gun. They wanted more Splatoon.
Well, maybe we can raid somebody who's doing that and they can watch that. Speaking of which, big shout out to our new streamer, Sam, who did a, let's say, I'll go with fantastic. That's the rating that I'll give out for Sam over this course. Great tournament all around, and it comes down to the one person who's actually been working this entire time, which is Sam. So hats off to them. Ellie used to stream this one, but as I've been saying privately within IPL servers, we are getting away from the streaming business and we're moving into the warrior business, and we are developing some warriors that are going to...
Pardon?
Warriors. We're going to conquer the scene.
What?
We're going to conquer competitive Splatoon, and it all starts with the staff that we're building up through this one.
And they haven't? You haven't already?
No, we haven't.
Right. Okay.
I mean, look, you can win 20 tournaments with Dapple Productions. That you know what the best one is? The next one.
Yeah.
The next win. You always got to chase the next one. Are we done?
Well,
here?
folks, that'll do it for Proving Grounds 36. I'll cut him off before he keeps revealing any more of his dastardly plans. My name's been K-Bot. You can find me wherever, probably doing not Splatoon. And you can find Pop Gun weekly on his show where he talks about what do you talk about now?
I just talked about whatever. But if you're going to be watching the podcast on this very channel for the first time ever tomorrow, we're going to have Magic 8-Ball on, and Magic's got a lot of spicy hot takes about the competitive Splatoon community. You do not want to miss that episode tomorrow, 6 o'clock here on IPL.
Will
We're
Magic
rating
officially
Max.
pass me for appearances?
Yes, you and
That's
him
sad.
were tied at 4. Now,
Man.
this will bring up Magic to Falco's territory of 5. So yeah, you're getting that third place. That apparently
Wow.
is a banner you can raise still. Anyway.
Hey, it is a banner because they only lost. I actually also just looked this up. They only lost to a team of Zenith Gray, Yoshell Atomic, and Goss Jared Thunderweight. So, like, hey, good company.
It's not bad.
Good company,
Not
Pop Gun.
bad
All right,
else,
later,
is it?
everybody. Go say hi to Max. Tell him he's throwing from me personally.